sights to see, rolling hills or city streets, ocean to ocean and all in between. It's out there just waiting on you and me. Take it in, we got no plans. Good things come to those who can. Live moment to moment and all in between. It's out there just waiting on you and me. So look alive, 'cause while I was waiting for you, paradise is on the other side of the road. We don't know, taking a long way. You and I were born to roll.
A defiant Russell, Georgia Transparency Pickren Jr. stood in front of the Talbot County, Georgia Sheriff's Office Thursday night, promising retribution for his Thursday arrest that saw the YouTuber mocked after being arrested on his live stream earlier in the day. Pickren live-streamed from outside the Talbot County Board of Education on Thursday, when he announced he was being detained by Talbot County deputies for working on a story, and told his fans that if he was arrested, he'd be at the Talbot County Jail. The situation at the scene escalated quickly, as Pickren claimed that he had not been asked to leave by school board officials. He also complained loudly that he was asked to surrender his driver's license without being charged with a crime. An investigator on the scene attempted to assist Pickren by reminding him that he was not yet under arrest for disorderly conduct, and attempted to defuse the situation. The investigator explained that people were disturbed by his actions at the school and that children were present. Pickren and the investigator bickered about Pickren's detainment, with Pickren sharing to his audience that he was being detained after he attempted to file an open records request and had asked to speak at the school board meeting. The investigator entered the school board headquarters only to return to place Pickren under arrest for disorderly conduct. The same investigator worked with Pickren to secure his property and his vehicle, promising Pickren a ride back to the school should his car not be towed. Pickren's handcuffs would later be removed, and he was allowed to broadcast as he was put in the back of a squad car and transported to the Talbot County Jail. The livestream ended at the request of investigators before he was escorted into jail. After fans paid his bond Thursday evening, Pickren announced on a live stream that his charges had been downgraded from disorderly conduct to loitering. He accused members of the Board of Education of lying, which led to his arrest, and promised that it will all be exposed in a planned Friday video release. Pickren reminded his fans on the later live stream that everyone had the right to peacefully redress their government, but hoped that his fans wouldn't call every agency in Talbot County to complain about his arrest. He promised to fight the charges and would be pursuing action against Talbot County in federal court. Thursday's arrest was just the latest in a long string of arrests for the YouTuber, and comes roughly a year after Pickren and YouTuber Lana J-Town Press Patrick made headlines for refusing to leave the Marshall County Revenue Office. Patrick was arrested in the incident after refusing to leave the office, as it was determined that neither YouTuber had legitimate business in the office. Patrick was sentenced to 485 days in jail, with 305 days suspended for her actions. Patrick's appeal of her conviction is ongoing. This is a developing news story.
Good morning, everybody. That's the last time I go live for Griffey when he doesn't even show up. So, hi, everybody. We went live early for Griffey. And where is he? Yeah, he went back to bed. So, yeah, there we go. That was an example of our updated YouTube articles. We're making it easier to see the information about the article, and we're moving the subscribe button up where people can actually be annoyed by it. And there he is. There's Griffey. So Griffey dislodged the thumbs down and put the thumbs up. At least I tried. I went early just for you. So, we have Lieutenant Fan still, and yeah, we'll put that on the screen in a second. Let's remove this. Present. And live. We're going to stick with Court TV today since the Law and Crime has been buggy again. No updates on this. It doesn't look like Turtle Boy went to jail yesterday, so that's not a big story. Our other stories are Chile de Castro saying it's hard to put a video or a board game together, y'all. He only got the posters yesterday. Today he's supposed to bore us all. I mean, he's supposed to start teaching the board game as he has, as he'll supposedly have the prototype cards today. Good morning, NCR. How you feeling?
I still want to smash my computer, but.
Oh, it sounds good this morning. Yesterday was just the shits. So.
Yeah. Microsoft did a big update last night.
Yeah.
Apparently, they 11 users the OneDrive digital storage, so it messed up everything.
Okay. Yes, you got to be careful with OneDrive. Like my OneDrive sets itself to sync at 8 p.m. Eastern as we go on the air. So, yeah.
Oh, I just uninstalled it. Got the whole thing updated last night. Sound issues, but I'm using Bluetooth, so I should be fine. I can hear everything.
Yeah, as long as you don't move around too much, you should be okay. Just hopping back on to Chili. He's having a bad time, y'all. He says he's if he got a $900 ticket, he'd be destitute because he's hurting for money right now. Hurting for money. What do you think, NCR?
Can we get him to Massachusetts? If we get him to Massachusetts, they have the highest tax rates for those tickets. I'm just saying.
Well, remember, he still owes nearly $10,000 in sanctions to Blue Bacon that he's never paid, that he's trying to get out of. So And he sold 9 or 7 board games pre-orders on his website because he's got a little gosh darn counter, and he sold 7 still. One of them apparently being from Parson to Me.
Well, Griffey, he does still claim he has his studio.
Yeah, he's still in that studio.
Trying to take an older woman there. Taking an old woman to go there just so he can handcuff her. It's weird.
Yeah, that was something you covered the other day. He wanted to handcuff a grandma. So that's what he's come to. He's going to handcuff grandma.
I may found Chili's double ganger.
God, I don't need a second one of them.
Don't worry, I'll strictly cover this one for you, so you don't have to suffer.
Okay, but you've seen Chili 2.
Either it's Chili or he could be his father or twin brother. It's very creepy.
Ew.
And very cringe.
Ew.
The gentleman in question has named his channel after himself. We'll just call him by his channel name, which is Jeffrey Luffman, who is currently trying to sue a school board in Illinois. But here's the cringy part. He is copying certain aspects that FAPA does with the flexing the people's elbow. Not elbow, but bicep, I should say. And he starts all of his videos when he's doing his lives by channeling Motorhead by playing the game.
Oh, good Lord, he must not be. Yeah, he must not be monetized yet, because they strike those things real fast if you're trying to make money off of them. And there's no way in hell he's licensed that music.
Oh no. He sings Motorhead in all the start of his videos. Not to mention, he quotes them and when he's threatening to harass in a school board district. It's creepily eerie as it looks like Chili.
Well, speaking of school board stuff, Georgia Transparency went live again after getting out of jail last night. His charges were downgraded. We played that video to start with. His charges were downgraded to loitering, but he has promised a federal civil rights lawsuit.
Yes, just like the disorderly conduct, instead it's Georgia State Statute 16-11-36. And this one might stick on. But then again, if he's claiming that he's going to take this all the way to the Supreme Court, I should say, it'll work out for Rogue Nation. But he got loitering and prowling around inmates to the Supreme Court. Don't think it's going to work for him.
Griffey, yes, I have not seen that crack before. I'm pretty sure that's a new crack on the, or they've just moved the camera angle. If you look on the screen to the right, NCR, there's a big crack right next to Lieutenant Fan. So I'm wondering about that.
I see that. Could it be an injury he suffered in the line of duty?
It might be, because I don't remember that being there. I'll have to review the old footage to see if we can see that crack in the ceiling. Today is Friday, and we will probably have more Alan Jackson turning red. Alan Jackson was doing his best impression of the Red Hulk yesterday, as he's roided up and he wants everyone to know about it. Roided up. What do you think? As your Wi-Fi or your Bluetooth just went out again. You're breaking up every other word.
I shared in the chat last night.
Yeah.
I saw that. I immediately thought of you.
Okay.
The Taco Bell.
And you broke up when you're explaining the Taco Bell. Taco Bell, the child did get things for Rose for Mother's Day. I will say that. You may have had some assistance there. You may have had some assistance.
But I had found last year, so I found a photo on Facebook last night. I immediately think of our beloved, my boss here, Jim, of Elle from Beauty and the Beast, wearing the almost like dress, for the exception of the bottom, having with tacos.
Yes,
so,
I saw that.
Taco Bell. I thought that was funny. I thought you would like that.
Hold on, let me share that.
I mean, I thought it was funny. I thought it was cute. I'm not always an asshole. I mean, I can be.
There you go, folks. Taco Bell.
You gotta admit, it is funny.
Yes. Taco Bell. I should have that today, but instead I'm having Little Caesars for dinner tonight. That's the only thing getting me through the damn day. Little Caesars for dinner. I am probably going to have their 3-meat treat. And a pepperoni pizza for my nephew. Come on, they didn't. Go live, people. Go live. As of yesterday, they were ahead of schedule, so that figures they're going to screw that up. Good morning, Hank. And no, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can. Good morning, Hank.
No, sorry I'm late. Having some technical.
That's okay. We actually went live early for Griffey, but he had wandered out of the room as we went live. So we played the new Georgia Transparency story that we put up on our YouTube channel earlier. Georgia Transparency's disorderly conduct was reduced to trespassing as he was arrested yesterday on a live stream trying to live stream for the Board of Education at a school in Georgia. So they were quite upset with him being around little children.
But at a Board of Education meeting, there's no children there.
No, it was actually at the physical location. Hey, Facebook Karen, and good morning, Kova. Apparently the Board of Education meets at a school, and it was during daytime hours.
Oh, wow.
So
okay.
He didn't show his actual footage. He only went live as soon as cops showed up and said he was detained. So we don't see what he did. He said he had gone in to demand a records request and to speak at the board meeting. And then he apparently scared some people with his actions, and they called the cops, who said he shouldn't be there. Actually, the cops, the police treated him rather nicely. He's over 300 pounds and couldn't even fit in the back of the squad car. So they took the handcuffs off and they let him live stream from the right over.
I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or not affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Mrs. Tom, it's a full day today,
Did
apparently.
anyone happen to see, hear, or read any? Affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said
Hank,
no.
if you're dying, feel free. You can
Sergeant Buchanan,
get some
please,
rest
and
if you need
Mr.
to.
Jackson, are you ready?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay.
Trying to wake my butt up.
Oh boy, cross-examination continues from yesterday.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Yippee skippy.
That's right, Kova. It is weird that they want to go to school that they
May I
don't have
inquire?
kids
Yes.
at.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to
Mrs.
follow up
Tom
on
says
those
11
questions that I asked
sidebars.
yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other, without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had
Kova
communicated
says
with Brian
666
Higgins?
sidebars. Griffey's with
No.
16.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the
Parson says
scene
12 sidebars.
you indicated on direct
945
examination
mentions
on or
of
about February
Proctor.
10th, 2022 to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with
Becca
a
says
report.
13.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick.
Matt G's in with 13 sidebars. What do you think?
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
It might help if I unmuted. I'm going to go with 11.
11.
Thank you.
NCR.
Familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So, other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10-foot by 5-foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay,
5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there?
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption, at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You used the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assumed certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but
So the
I'm
answer
not.
is yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me, so if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained.
Gee, such a dickhead, isn't he?
You would agree with me, Sergeant Buchanan, that
Yes, he is. At the same time, I was
your theory
scrolling through Glenn
was that there was
Serio's
an
latest
impact.
video where
The site
he's
of that
boasting,
impact would be
and your
incredibly
comment
important,
came in
correct?
exactly at the
Very
appropriate
important,
time.
yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another item, another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two, that's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you're assuming he has string with him.
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
He's not an evidence
No.
Do you know how to
technician.
plot cross coordinates?
You just demonstrated it to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that...
You think he's going to write reports before he goes out to investigate? That's not how it works, buddy.
These 20 items were found.
Jackson must have had 3 or 4 5-hour energies before we started today.
That's a question I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize. But
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20-odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Same general vicinity. If there was a different location...
That's what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
That's the description of the items
So the
recovered.
answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph. Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and moved into evidence, John.
Okay. Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 111.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Will you publish this, John?
Okay.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the dates, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Buchanan.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time, so someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's them?
Them.
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
out.
to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment.
Your Honor, I apologize.
Or does it seem like he's badgering the witness?
Oh,
You had items of evidence that you've already
yeah.
described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence.
yes, but you tried to add the word incredibly in there to make it seem like those were.
Is that what we understand?
It was a member
Or
of the
board-
Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities.
Oh, this is.
Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There
Jackson's
was
just an
4
asshole.
troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're gonna go through each person?
Every one of them. There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Kakowski?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years.
sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is. Based on the individuals interviewed, might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well,
So
you provided a document to me, so.
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
Well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be Michael Proctor, a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay, can you turn to the first tab? There's a purple tab.
Some of these came off.
It's fine, it's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes that appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. If these,
See a highlight?
yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this document,
Sure.
please?
Sidebar. Get back over there. Yes, folks, if you see on my post over on Discord, Glenn Serio is back. Yay. You'll get a full report on it tomorrow, so you don't have to read it. Yay! He essentially walked into a group of police officers, ordered them to get out of his way, and said, if you don't like it, I'm going to sue you. So, Glenn Serio, folks. Glenn Serio. He's going to take your house, Hank. He's going to take your house and your property and all that stuff.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, the officer says, literally in the first 2 minutes, the officer says, you're free to move about, just please don't go in our crime scene. I can move anywhere I want to. I can sue you too, and I'm going to take your house and your pension and everything else.
Yes, it's all part of the Frauditor for fantasy role play game.
Yes. Oh, Lord, it's going to be a long day. I bet you anything that this witness is kept on the stand until at least, I'd say, afternoon break.
I'd say at least lunch is...
Yeah. They've got nothing else, so they may as well just badger the witness for 4 hours.
Well, this is Jackson's attempt to decredit or take away the credibility of this witness with the jury.
Right.
But has that worked for him in the past?
I'm sure it has somewhat in the past. And this might actually be, depending on how the jurors are taking it, some of them might be wondering about how competent this lieutenant is or sergeant is.
There's going to be a lot for Brennan to clean up on cross-examination. I do have the question why he picked up the items by hand and not get an evidence technician out there.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that if there's a reason that you have to leave with an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag. You can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, you know, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well,
so it's...
The person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
Well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information.
Okay,
I passed it along to
secondhand
them.
information is synonymous for hearsay, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember, no.
But it had to have been one of the members of his team.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence, can I have the actual piece of evidence?
I'm sorry, which one?
The photo?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good morning, Gia.
Morning, Zoe. Zoomy zoom.
Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
I think I've just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs.
I think I just shit my pants, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. You can take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in a question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? Do you see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Sure.
And okay, it was secured in a evidence room for about a month before it got sent to a busy lab.
Yeah. And good morning, Unclean Hands. Welcome.
Hey, Unclean Hands, how you doing?
Good morning, Lisa.
Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the date that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
Where did
No,
it
once
go?
I turned them over,
was
they're
it
not in
on
my
the
possession.
floor? Was
So
it
you
in the
turned them over,
ceiling?
you're talking about
I
turning
don't
them over
know.
to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the log.
It does seem kind of odd that they don't have a log for their evidence blocker of what items were brought in at the time.
Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
This is a lot, like you said, it's from the lab, not
Can
the
you point to any
locker.
documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance, between February 10th
But you would think
and
there
March
would be
14th?
there
Can
would
you point
also
to
be a
any
log
document?
for the evidence room that would be able to just shut them
I
up
know
right
that
away.
it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I'm
just
sorry,
here.
I'm sorry. Mr.
Just for
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start. As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in, but if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Take a look at that. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
Matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the records.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Objection.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, that's a two-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
Remember, folks, we're back at 8 o'clock tonight with another Parson Friday. Will Parson find his true love? We'll never know.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can
some,
you tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that?
on the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On the
second?
sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker, March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the?
There's also a date at the,
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark them for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Thank you, I'm sorry about that. So there's one page is an evidence bag, the other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just, one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have those marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibits 112A and B.
It is almost time for the morning break, folks. When that happens, we will play some music and let you get up
Thank you,
and stretch.
appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item. Can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date, or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected, or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th, so that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab, the black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes,
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you look at the, first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the
Reporting
previous page?
serial.
The limbs or the item number?
The
The item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay, and that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea
Okay.
about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right, you can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this, according to the ruler, generally.
Yes.
How big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay, that's the 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously.
But
No.
according to the information that we've just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If you could
Did you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself.
Brennan? I didn't see.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously. Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it, do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objections?
No objection.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk? Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, L-I-M.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume. Yes.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
And
maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 7/16, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, what, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
you collected your items.
Yes?
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it, okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little, right?
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down. I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes,
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
from his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes,
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Oh,
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. They were communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtations, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sidebar.
Oh, sorry.
Sidebar.
Sidebar's at number
I'll take a
one.
sidebar on the
Sidebar
rocks,
number
please.
2. Sidebar number 2 today. And these are leftovers because we don't have Pope Phil in yet. So these were his mango chili ones from yesterday. Mango chili. Pope Phil, of course, is a bit depressed today as the Pope that was picked was from Chicago, and that's the first Chicago Bears fan ever to be elected as Pope, where the Green Bay Packers, beloved by Pope Phil, have no popes on their team. No popes.
I heard that he's going to make Coach Dicka a saint. So we would have Saint Dicka.
The Bears.
The Bears.
The Bears.
The Bears.
The Bears. That's right. The Bears. Yeah, Pope Phil is at work today, so let him be working. And he's also depressed out of his mind over this situation. Lord. They need to break for morning break any minute now, so we'll see how much further Jackson goes. Then we'll have a 15-20 minute break, play some music, get some food, and
Can we just have a cage match between Alan Jackson and this officer just to get it over with?
Oh, this officer would probably just tear his head off. I mean, as roided up as Alan Jackson is, he's still 5'2".
And you can put bulk. You can put bulk on and not know how to use it.
Yeah. This officer is from where did he come from? It's not Bosnia. It is the Ukraine. He's Ukrainian, so I'm pretty sure he knows how to fight.
I think they still have mandatory subscription there.
Yeah.
So I would assume so.
Well, he didn't. He was only like 8 years old when they relocated.
Parson, why would he have any knowledge that they had flirtatious messages? I mean, Karen Reed wanting to have an extramarital affair, or extra, it wasn't marital, but outside of her relationship, if she was cheating on John, I wouldn't think that that would be the type of thing a defense attorney would want to introduce, but remember, it takes two to tango, so if you're going to use it against the officers, she initiated
I think
it as well.
they're trying to pivot this to be the reason why they would want to attack John O'Keefe.
That,
Hey, Virgo.
or they're trying to pass doubt that there could be another suspect that hasn't been established, like a jilted lover.
Well, see, they're trying to pin it on the person she was flirting with, which is the ATF agent, and I just forgot his name. Their theory is that John O'Keefe was lured to the house to be murdered by the ATF agent and Brian Albert, because the ATF agent was jealous of seeing her with John that night. That is their whole theory.
It's a good theory if they have proof.
They don't. It's all for reasonable doubt. So, in fact, they weren't even communicating at the time, other than I believe he sent her a text message while they were at the bar. And for someone who is portrayed or would be portrayed as obsessed with Karen Reed, no contact was really made for days, so we'll see. Parson says Chloe the dog plotted it all. Probably. Hey, Serial. Sirio and Virgo, there's a new Glenn Sirio video. I posted it over in our Discord. I'll have a new story on it tomorrow. Yes, Glenn says he once fought off 20 people or 20 men single-handedly, and then told a cop that he might be in a dark alley one day and things can happen.
Now, did he fight them off? Did he fight them off with the power of his BO? Because that's believable.
I don't know, but he could have fought them off with the power of his racism, because he was over the top racist in this thing, using racial slurs right and left. So
was it fighting for the last chicken nugget?
It may have been, yes. May have been. Serial, I don't even want to think about that. Now I've lost the will to live. Thank you. I'm not sharing that one on screen. Good Lord.
Good thing I'm away from the computer, because I'd damn sure share it for you.
Yeah, you don't need. We don't need to be limited today. In fact, let's check our channel, see if someone's attacked us again.
We'll take our morning break now. We'll take it.
They're taking the morning break, so we're gonna take a 5-minute break, play some music, and we'll be right back with you. As always, I'm gonna.
Alrighty then.
As always, I'm gonna lose track of time and come back in 3 minutes. And
how bad is this thing?
What?
How bad is this thing? I'm just saying. I think we broke Hank here.
Okay.
Huh?
I think he's talking outside of us. Anyway,
What?
we'll be back. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
I wasn't talking. Hello.
Oh, sorry. I thought to somebody else. My bad.
Actually, no, they're doing something.
When they're on the stand. So you're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Buchanan to review.
I have no problem with Mr. Brennan providing report number 11 and text messages.
Okay. And I need copies as well.
Okay.
So if you can get them to Mr. McDermott so I can have them, that would be great.
I'm sorry.
No, that won't save time, actually, Mike. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim. All right, so we'll see you back here in half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
Okay, since it's a half an hour, we'll take 5 minutes and then we'll play some Drunk Girl. No one's getting married today except for Parsons. It's Parson Friday. And this is Cast of Characters So Stupid.
How far will it make it to the second play before Jim makes it back?
I'm going 4 times.
Jim, you're muted.
And that was cast a character so stupid, as I repeat myself and feeling stupid for... good lord. Move group to new window. Let's find some drunk girl. Any preferences today, guys? This one we'll have to watch closely, but let's go to I'm Not Going Back to Jail. If I can get the thing up here.
It already sounds promising.
I'm not going back to jail. Remember, this is Parson Friday, so all women that we feature could be possible brides of Parson.
Do whatever. I'm not going back to jail, bro.
You are going to jail.
You gonna shoot me before I go to jail? Running from me. Running from me.
On January 29, 2024, officers in Hiram, Georgia responded to the Country Inn and Suites after staff reported a woman refusing to leave her room. She had just been released from jail again, but this time, she wasn't coming quietly.
It's the police department. Open up. You're getting kicked out. Yep. Open the door now. You're getting kicked out. If you don't open the door, you will go to jail for criminal trespass and obstruction. Open the door. It's the police department. I'm not going to hurt you, but you need to open the door. You think it's funny? You're going to jail. You're going to jail. Open the door.
No.
Yeah.
The door is open. Like,
Open the door. Come on.
peekaboo.
Come on.
Peekaboo.
Unlock the latch.
You're gonna plan.
Unlock the latch. Unlock. Then unlock the latch. You do, because you are under arrest. Unlock the door. We're about to come in. And you're going to jail regardless. Yeah, you are. I told you, you are under arrest for criminal trespass and obstruction. Oh, you're pissing us off, so open the door.
Sounds lovely. And look, she's got goth tattoos, NCR.
Come on, where are you going?
Stop! I don't want to go to jail!
Stop fighting!
I'm over this shit!
Stop fighting now!
I don't care! Do whatever! I'm not going back to jail, bro!
You are going back to jail.
I'm
Very Paul, you pronounce that.
Y'all got me stuck all the way out!
Stop!
Okay, she's kicked two officers.
We're gonna sit here
now.
until you
Is off.
stop.
I don't know if he's back yet. I believe they're considered it. I know Death from the
I'm
Sandman
back.
comics used to wear one.
What?
So ask it again, Hank.
Are unks considered goth?
Yes.
Then this is the girl for you. That's right. This
No,
is
she's
the
not.
girl
She's
for-
Parsons. It's Parsons Friday.
We're at
Well, she has an
227.
unk tattooed under her her right
Yeah,
eye.
look at the screen.
I
NCR.
see the unk, but just because she has the unk does not mean she is goth worthy. Plus, the way it's placed, it could be some form of gang affiliation.
I don't know. Dr. Fate used to shoot those out of his hands in the DC comic books, and his only gang was the Justice Society of America, later Justice League of America. And he was one of the good guys. So you're saying that this could be a bad guy symbol? NCR.
Yes, it can be used as a symbol for good or evil. It's depending on how it's used and placed.
Now, this woman vigorously has been fighting off the cops, kicking 2 of them so far. Parsons says that NCR can fix her.
I cannot. I can tell you that for the shirts. I cannot. She's all Parsons. Besides, Parsons Friday, I don't want to deprive him.
Parson says, on the other hand, it's Parson Friday, so Parson passes to NCR.
And I reject.
Now, wait, you can't reject. Remember, the rules of rejection on this, when you are sent a girl, if you find one thing about her, just one thing about her that you admire or find nice, the person is sent back to Parson for an extra special review. So is there anything about this girl that you find admirable or nice? Or
don't worry, Phil's not here, so unless you're going to perform the marriage yourself, you're safe.
Well, coming up to that.
Well, I would say that she seems to be pretty spry for Parson, so I want to pass her back because she can give him the chase workout that he so needs. I mean,
she's really spry for a puffy jacket white guy.
Yes.
So let's think about this, Parson. Let's think about this as we get a little bit more into this video. Remember, if they come back from break during this video, we'll just pick up in the afternoon break. So right now, we are watching a woman who does not want to go back to jail. She wants to fight for her love of Parson.
I got it. I'm gonna go right
open his door. I don't care.
He's stop. Y'all taking me to jail for no reason right now.
I mean, my car's over there.
I'll transfer it. You can take it. I don't care, bro.
You done?
No, I'm not. I'm not going back to jail, bro. Y'all gonna kill me. Y'all gonna kill me. Y'all gonna kill me.
Why would I do that?
Y'all gonna kill me.
You got it?
Y'all gonna kill me.
You're not got a felony obstruction card.
Yeah, I got it before. I don't give a fuck.
Parson and her will have one hell of a workout.
Stop. Stop. I go on the other side.
Oh! I want y'all to shoot me before I get in this car.
I mean, look at her. She's off.
Me right now.
Parson,
Me right now.
Sit in the car.
I don't want her.
I looked away and suddenly she's halfway up in the air. I'm like, is she levitating? What the heck?
You see why she's a perfect match for Parson?
Parson says, on the other hand, for you, NCR, think of the conjugal visits.
No, thank you.
Think of the conjugal visits.
No, thank you.
I'm not fucking with that shit.
Good night, Griffey.
Sit down. Stop.
No.
Grab the door. Stop. Don't bite. Stop biting.
Damn vampire.
Stop. Stop. I ain't gonna shoot you. Get in the car.
Me, bro. I'm not
Get in
going
the
to
car.
jail.
You are going to jail.
You want to shoot me? Before I go to jail.
Jesus. She kick you? Yeah. So we got felony obstruction, simple battery. She kicked me and tried to bite me. That does on there. All right.
Dang, nuts.
My balls hurt. They do. Jesus.
I should have never came back
Okay, didn't expect to hear that on
These
the
folks
on the body
tripping.
cam. My balls hurt.
I didn't do shit wrong, bro. They really just arrested the fuck out of me, broke in my room for no reason. I'm not going back to jail either, bro. Like, I swear to God.
I swear to God, brah.
Shit crazy. And they talking about I got 2 warrants.
Person, I don't know if that's a good thing for NCR. Person says, NCR, she can make your manhood hurt.
Yeah, I like to keep that area of the body pain free. So, no thank you.
Okay, so that's a no.
It's a hard no. I think it's a hard no from all the men in the group here.
But I just got out of jail. I literally just got out of jail. You don't have no holds. Cool.
I don't know. What the heck can I care about if she makes your
this shit, bro.
Manhood?
That no does not make me hard. I'm sorry.
I am just saying, I don't think any of us want pain in that area.
I need my Bible, though. They don't want to give me my phone. Give me my Bible, bro.
Okay, she's religious. That's another plus for Parson.
Because it's definitely up in the room.
She reads her Bible.
It could be the satanic Bible.
Still a Bible.
In love and I don't know what it is, but it reminds me of drugs. Oh, ass bitches.
We are whole-ass bitches.
Apparently she's on probation. That was all over her bed.
Gotcha. Yeah, we'll leave it with them. You want to take this with you? Is this her stuff? Yeah.
That was on her bed. So apparently she got out of jail.
Fuck is that? Some paperwork I don't give a fuck about. Hello? Hello?
Is it me you're looking
Hello?
for?
Hello? I love you. Won't you tell me your name? Hello?
But I'm trying to ask you about my Bible.
Just when you get the time. Oh, dispatch has the old and all that stuff.
Hello, God. It's me, Margaret.
Here, I have it, Yuri. Yeah.
I'm coming. You got my Bible?
Huh?
Do you have my Bible?
Nope.
So you're not gonna give me my Bible?
The only property you have is your phone.
I have a lot of property in my room.
Management said if you get somebody here before 11 a.m.
Well, you're not allowing me to call anybody.
You tried and you didn't want to.
I don't know the password on the phone.
If it's her phone and she doesn't know the password...
That's
The
odd.
number on the room? Why not?
Because I had to take you to the jail.
So I'm under arrest for what?
Sorry for you.
Criminal trespass and what?
Felony obstruction, simple battery ×3 on law enforcement.
I only caught the obstruction and simple battery because I refused to open the door.
You got 3 counts of simple battery, 3 counts of felony obstruction. Sit up.
Hello? What is your badge number? What is your name? Like, bro, you trying to fuck out of me, bro. You've
I'm
been trying
expecting
to
her to
fuck out
start
of me
throwing
since
on
you
the
was at
ceiling like
door,
out of
bro.
one of those Korean horror flicks.
Crazy as fuck, bro. Running for me. Running for me.
I think she's trying to crank out a fart.
Oh, that wasn't good. Is she stoned or is she just insane?
I can't breathe.
Yeah, it says, survey says yes.
Okay, former Supreme Court Justice Souter is passed.
Oh no.
You gonna be cool with the hospital
What
stuff?
are you doing?
Huh?
I think she's humping the seat.
Good lord. Can't wait to get to NCR. I mean person. Bad Decisions 101. Hance's favorite class. Welcome back, NCR. Your bride awaits.
She's not my bride. Parsons Friday. Parsons Friday. She gets married to Parson. Son.
She's primed and ready for one of you.
Yeah.
It appeared she was trying to hump the seat.
All Parson. All Parson. I'll perform the ceremony right now if we give it to Parson.
Pants, just a warning. Tonight you get to read your first Glenn Serio story. We will have a Glenn Serio story in the paper tomorrow.
Really playing with me pulling up. The car is deep. Still don't understand why I'm under arrest. But he's talking on the phone because he don't even know what to do. That's why they all pull up too, because it takes too long to figure out what the f to do.
Pants, yes, and he challenges 10 police officers and gets racist.
How's that different from any other Tuesday?
Well, the racism is new. He had been keeping that inside in previous videos.
There's something recording, right? Hell yeah. But I'm crying happy tears right now.
Tell that to the black officer that he wanted to
But
own.
I'm happy. Like,
This was a Hispanic officer with some very nasty
Oh, well, it's not the first
Spanish
time.
used.
Not the first time he's been racist towards Hispanic officers.
Yeah, just lately he had been toning it down a great deal. Now he seems off his meds.
Was he
I
ever
think
really
she's gonna crawl on the ceiling, Hank. Be prepared for it. She might pop out of the video.
The power of Christ compels you. Wait, she's got it up. Let me get my Egyptian book.
Hello? Hello?
The power of Anubis compels you.
Like, what the f? Like, I'm in the fucking back of a police car and I'm trying to talk to somebody. I need to, like, call, but I'm back here. What am I
Well, at least she knows where she is.
Well, should we marry her off to Parson? I mean, she wants to be with him. Clearly.
Under Gia's new guidelines, she's shown that she's mentally ill, so we cannot marry this person off to Parson.
Fatso, get your ass over here, bro.
Are we sure she's just not
Steady
ignorant?
talking on that fucking phone.
Let's give her another minute or two.
Hey.
Ignorance is a factor, but it's not the only factor.
I want to talk to somebody.
Pants, they were apparently evicting her for trespassing in a hotel or something. We didn't really get that far, other than the video started with them dragging her out and her resisting, kicking several officers, one in the man bits. I believe, what was the quote, Hank, about his testicles?
My balls hurt.
So, yeah, there you go.
Huh?
I want to talk to somebody.
Who do you want to talk to?
Your supervisor.
I am the supervisor of this shift.
For hiring or
Yes.
plotting? I want
Hiram.
to talk to the plotting supervisor.
Why?
Because I want to. I don't have to give you a reason.
Well, I don't have to do it. I'm the supervisor of this shift. You are in my custody.
And I'm requesting to talk to the supervisor of Paulding County because I am in Paulding County.
You're in the city of Hiram.
I'm in Paulding County.
Doesn't matter. This is our jurisdiction.
I'm in Paulding County. So you're refusing to let me talk to a supervisor?
From a different agency, yes.
Are you for real?
Yep.
So what am I under
From a
arrest for?
different agency.
I already told you.
But it made no sense to me because you can't arrest me for criminal trespass when nobody told me to leave.
I told you to leave many times.
Nobody else told me to leave.
Yes, cereal.
So you
Man
can just pull
Bits.
up
It's a
to
new
anybody's
cereal.
fucking place of living. Yeah, exactly.
I don't refer to that region of my body as bits. I'm sorry.
Hello? 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 Can somebody please, besides this officer, can somebody else please talk to me?
How about no?
That shit crazy, bro. Motherfucker don't tell me shit.
Cue the clip of not gonna happen.
Yo! Hello? Who are you? Why am I just sitting in this fucking cop car, bro? Like, nobody's showing me a warrant, nothing. Y'all are saying bullshit ass shit, bro. You're playing with the wrong motherfucking one, bro. Hello?
Oh, God.
Fat ass face bitch. You don't even know what the like, bruh. So, yeah, you said the supervisor ain't pulling up. Supervisor ain't pulling up. Supervisor ain't pulling up. Okay, okay. You fat face. You trying to have authority and you don't run shit, bruh. And now you looking around stupid as because you know you up. So you calling other motherfuckers like, what do I do, bro?
You're the one sitting in the back of the squad car. That's.
Yeah, I don't think she's mentally ill. I just think
but
she's
if I try
just
kicking the fuck out this door,
pain in the
I'm gonna
ass.
have another obstruction charge, right?
I would go with possibly high as fuck.
Good.
Is somebody gonna talk to me? I want to talk to the supervisor, bruh. I've been requesting a supervisor. I'm looking at the camera right now. I've been requesting a supervisor of Paulding County, and nobody's pulling up, bruh. These motherfuckers got me sitting in the fucking car for hours, bruh. They broke into my hotel room telling me I gotta leave. I'm being criminally trespassed. Nobody told me to leave. And now I'm sitting in the back of a fucking cop car and just looking stupid, bro. Like, what the fuck? I want to talk to a supervisor.
At least she's self-aware.
Can I talk to the supervisor?
I am the supervisor. Are you going to be cool? We're taking you into the hospital.
I want to talk to the supervisor of Paulding County.
Hey, you're not going to.
Why?
Are you going to be cool?
I want to talk to the supervisor of Paulding County. Why can I not?
Because I told you now, I am the supervisor of this shit. If you were in the city of Hiram, this is our jurisdiction.
I'm in Paulding County. Hiram is in Paulding County. Am I not in Paulding County right now?
You are.
I'm in the jurisdiction of Paulding County.
You're in the jurisdiction of the city of Hiram. Are you going to be cool? We're taking you into the hospital.
Oh, I want to talk. I want to talk to the sheriff, bro. Gary Gold, where's he at?
He will be at the sheriff's office tomorrow.
Call him right now.
I'm not calling the sheriff.
So you're refusing.
You're just very drunk. It's okay.
No, I'm not.
You are.
No, I'm not. I want to talk to the sheriff, bro.
You can talk to the sheriff whenever you get out.
No, I want to talk to him right
He's
now.
not coming here tonight.
I want to talk to him right
I'm sorry
now.
you want to.
So you're refusing to call him? Is that what you're telling me?
Yep.
It's on recording, bro. Bitch ass. Hiram police. Want you to see all of the lights. All of the lights. Fast cars, shooting stars. All of the lights, all of the lights.
Alright, come on. I'm gonna let you talk to the doctor. Come on. I need you to stand up for me.
No, I gotta stand up.
Come on.
Driving me out of the car.
The woman was booked into the Paulding County Jail on charges of criminal trespass, felony obstruction, and simple battery on a law enforcement officer. She was later transported to a local hospital for evaluation, then released to another agency to face charges on a separate warrant. What do you think? Do you think officers showed patience, or should they have forced the door sooner? Let us know in the comments below. If you like this video, don't forget to hit the like, subscribe, and turn on notifications.
Okay, folks, they are not back at the Karen Reed murder trial yet. Basically, the treatment of this woman reminds us of the treatment of Georgia Transparency yesterday, who was too big to fit in the back of a squad car with his hands behind him. They actually undid the cuffs, and he was able to live stream his entire transportation to the county jail after he was arrested yesterday for... Go ahead.
Slight correction. They handcuffed him in the front.
Oh, did they?
Mm-hmm.
Took him off the back, and he was able to live stream the whole thing. They also respected his First Amendment rights. They basically went out of their way. They even offered to give him a ride back to the school if his car was not towed. He was attempting to, he claims he was attempting to get an information request and to speak at the school board meeting, which was apparently located at an actual school, when they called him and he was when they called the police, and it was booked originally for what was it? NCR.
Disorderly conduct and trespassing.
Okay, which was later reduced to loitering. He says he is suing. He's going to take this to federal court. And he's going to have his video of the incident out today.
In the words of Family Guy's Stewie, good luck with that.
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever seen an investigator actually, sir, we respect your First Amendment rights. Let me help you with that. You can continue to you can continue to film. We don't care.
I think that's a smart play on the investigator's part, though, because then it squashes all First Amendment claims that he could make.
Oh, they'll still make them. I guarantee you, he's claiming he was arrested for filming still.
Right.
Yes, he did make that claim at the end of his first live stream when they were taking him into booking, that he was just peacefully existing with the camera, and that's why they called the cops on him.
Yeah. But, I mean, walking around a school with a camera when you don't have kids there.
And he throws off the major creep vibe.
Yeah. I mean, I would not, if I were a parent, I would not be comfortable with that.
He just judging from his appearance, he probably has the odor of a Glensario.
Right.
Well, there was that time 2 women at the landfill that he was trying to audit called him Glensario. They literally said, "Are you Glensario?"
Now, it would have been too funny if they would have, at a landfill, called him out for his bad odor.
Right. And we're still on morning break. They should be back momentarily.
Although I think Glensario can be called out on his bad odor at a sewage plant.
Well, the new video, he literally walks right up to the police officer, starts making racial remarks, says that he beat up 20 men before. Up. He said up. Not off. Up.
I heard off.
And that the biggest cop would one day be in a dark alley and might get kicked in the knee. Good morning.
Hi, Gia.
Yo.
How's Zoe?
Yo. Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
How's Zoe?
She is giving me the I haven't eaten in 11 seconds stare.
Ooh.
Because she
So
just
what
had
do you
breakfast.
have?
Well, it's either that or wild zoomies.
That'll be soon. She's going to the beauty parlor today to get her rear end coiffed.
Alrighty then.
Well, that's what you got to do with a corgi. You got to have the rear end coiffed.
If you insist. Never owned a corgi.
Yep.
Oh, poor Zoe.
She
Zoe
loves it.
needs food right now.
Yeah. Well, she just had food.
Yeah, probably another one of my cheeseburgers. You gave her my cheeseburger yesterday.
I didn't give it to her. She took it.
Uh-huh. You said you gave it to her.
And she specifically roughed out, "Fuck off, Jim. This is mine."
Yep.
Yeah, because Gia even lowered her standards and went through the McDonald's drive-thru just for me.
Yep.
Just to give my cheeseburger to Zoe.
I tossed it in the back.
Well, she is
I am not
management.
responsible.
Well, when I went through the McDonald's drive-through, I purposely gave Chief your ice cream.
Well, I can't have ice cream. I can have a cheeseburger. Oh, that's right. 9 days. Yes, 9 days left. Hey, Pope. Until I can have ice cream.
For the people...
I thought Phil was out looking for a job because he lost his yesterday.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
and for the folks of Pennsylvania, get your ice cream stocked up now before the shortage, the great shortage of Jim Finch going back on ice cream.
I want something with raspberry and chocolate. Raspberry and chocolate. That's what I want. Raspberry chocolate peanut butter swirls. Maybe. Maybe
I've
just
got
a fudgy...
peanut butter cookie dough ice cream.
Maybe just a Fudgy the Whale to start. That's right. Just let me have my own ice cream cake. And I'll just start from there.
Yeah, that place with Fudgy the Whale's not available down here, thankfully.
Well, we've actually got a Carvel with a drive-through here. So you can actually get your giant ice cream sundaes. They have a hot fudge sundae that's like 5 times the size of a McDonald's hot fudge sundae.
In my younger years, I used to go, if there's a restaurant in the area that I was going to be in that had one of those food challenges where you eat it all, the table eats free.
Right.
I was good at defeating those. If I ate like that today, I would be Glenn Serio size plus.
So is Jackson done yet?
No.
He's just getting started.
Oh.
Yeah, this is going to go at least till afternoon break. That's our bet.
Yeah, I watched a little of it this morning when he was bitching about the chain of evidence or something.
Yeah. Yeah, he was just trying to say Proctor as many times as possible.
And it does seem kind of odd that their evidence room doesn't have a custody log.
Right.
Yeah.
But then again, we weren't presented with that. Jackson's not going to present it, so let's see if they present something on rebuttal.
Well, they didn't present it last year when he made the same arguments, so...
Right. We'll see if there's a change.
But I think the rebuttal would be if they don't have one, they don't have one. So what's the issue?
Right. And what's policy? When they was hitting him about not doing measurements and all that when he was collecting the evidence, is it policy to do that?
Right.
And how do you handle that when it's literally a field of snow? We also, let's just make sure they're not, oh, yeah, it's on screen. We also noticed that when you pan up from Lieutenant Fan, there's a huge crack in the ceiling. And we wonder if it's from Alan Jackson losing it the other day, because it hasn't been there before.
All of the steam coming off the top of his head is creating this giant pressure.
Or is it just causing Lieutenant Fan to wanting to end it all and crash?
Yes. Because that's what it looks like to me, Hank. It looks like it's on the outskirts of the of the device itself, or the what's holding it in place, and it's just gonna fall. And I do hope it falls on camera. That would be.
Can it fall on the defense table, hitting them all?
Well,
that'd be too much to ask for.
That would be the death
hitting a few.
That's more likely.
That would be the death that Phil has been seeking all these years. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, that's what it is.
On camera.
That's what it is.
On camera.
It would just be. It would just be karma, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I saw Mrs. Tom. Gothic Sparrow is signing his release papers as we speak. He'll be out of the hospital. So that's
yay!
Yeah. The defense had to make some copies of material. That's probably what this delay is. Let's make sure I've got my going. And of course, our Karen Reed feeds. We're down for the morning. Oh, goody. Let's just take a look over at Kate's to see if there's anything going on this morning. So, Pope, how do you feel about a Bears fan becoming Pope?
Fantastic. Good for them.
Well, does that mean the Pope will be pooping in the woods? And the bear will be Catholic?
Could be. Could be. I don't think it's going to help them much, but, you know.
How do you feel
I
about
I would have to agree with you.
But how do
It'll
you
be
feel
another
about the
dismal
Patriots
season.
How do what?
How do you feel about the new Pope making the patron saint of football Saint Ditka?
That would be perfect.
Has any team ever gotten into the playoffs with a new coach?
Yes.
I'm sure they have.
Now, maybe not the 6th or 7th new coach in a row like the Bears, but still.
It's not the 6th or the 7th.
Didn't God, I can't. The Cowboys coach that took over from that took him to the Super Bowl 4 times. I think he went into the playoffs the first year.
Jimmy Johnson.
That's it.
I mean, hell.
Brain farting today.
Yeah, we got so many new players, though. You know.
I mean, Jimmy Johnson took the Hurricanes to the playoffs and won his first year.
I don't know how on his first year. I don't remember what year it was of his coaching that they made it to the Super Bowl.
I don't expect anything that way. I'm not disappointed. What, Zoe? Burglars?
Meanwhile, Zoe is a Raiders fan.
No, she's
She
not.
loves Las Vegas.
No, she's not.
She loves the bling bling.
No, she's a Packers fan.
No, she's not.
She's
Just
like
a
me,
reminder,
a beloved Ohio fan.
Just a reminder that we have 79 more days to go in the Torture Gym campaign until we reach 3 years of keeping me and Touche away from having Subway, Chick-fil-A, Taco Bell, Long John Silver's, Arby's, and KFC. That is for 3 years.
Don't forget Popeyes.
Popeyes would be added if we hit the 3-year mark.
Right.
Also, starting for every $5 donated, you add a day. Plus, starting June 5th, you add a day for Coke Dog to be banned from the program. Coke Dog is currently in Greenland being held against his will, but he should be returning by June 5th to sing a lovely birthday song for Gia. Every donation counts. We do have... what's the current count on banning Coke Dog, Phil? Do you have it?
Yeah, give me a minute here.
Okay, as Pants. Thank you, Pants, for the $5 or 5 gifted memberships. Let me pull them up. And they worked. Lackluster got a gifted membership. That's the biggest. Lackluster.
Wow. This is one of the people that I.
Dale, yeah. Dale,
yes.
Wow.
Bob Smith, Tammy Tanky, Kenny Brigman, and ATX Ali all got.
Cheers. We appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more.
All got
smoothly.
memberships. Thank the Pants. Add 5 days to the punishment. And
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you,
banishment.
So we are now up to, with that, we are now up to 1,022 days. We have 73 to go, and Coke Dog is banned for 94 days.
Good Lord.
Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission...
If you have the unredacted copy, why do you want to show the redacted copy? This is weird.
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Going for another sidebar, possibly?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are you a handwriting subject matter expert?
May I inquire with counsel? Just a second. Sure.
This just in, Jim.
May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Georgia Transparency has released the new video.
Oh, good.
I'll watch it now so you don't have.
May I approach?
Yes, absolutely.
Of course.
And the tyrant school board people who framed him.
Sergeant, and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it?
Yes.
And you reviewed it on a computer?
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins?
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided, to the best of my understanding, and now has been printed out.
Okay. With court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
So we're going to mark this
For identification only.
Is it EE for identification?
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
I'm going to see counsel.
Uh-oh.
Excuse
Judge
me
not
while I
happy,
beat
sidebar.
Alan Jackson.
Judge ain't happy. Pope, what flavor sidebar are they today?
Oh man, cinnamon and sugar.
Cinnamon and sugar. You didn't go with the Chicago style that we had discussed.
Oh crap, that's right. I can whip those up. Yeah, that's right.
Let's get them out there for the afternoon break. Because
Yep,
everybody
yep.
wants a Chicago style sidebar today.
Yes. With greasy, chunky chili and cheddar on top.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the judge didn't sound happy on that one. So.
Yeah.
Would they televise it if she just started slapping him?
They might.
If the gallery started chanting, damn, I can't remember her name, instead of Jerry, whatever the judge's name is.
Rudy?
And they'll have Steve come out from the jury room and stand there looking tough.
There we go.
He used to have his own show, or I think he probably still does.
I knew he had a show. I'm not sure if it's still in existence or not.
Yeah, I don't either. What I always found fascinating is that what I always found fascinating is Jerry was the mayor of Cincinnati.
Oh, that's right. He was back in the day.
Yes, after the Jerry Springer, after he was of the Jerry Springer show fame.
I thought it was before.
Yeah, it was before. Actually, he was a serious politician.
I thought it was after. Oh, never mind.
No.
On other news, Chile de Castro has again delayed his board game. Again, stating that it's hard, yo, it's hard. So
I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second.
He said he got the posters in yesterday, but didn't know how to show them to the screen on his new OBS software.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So he couldn't have like unrolled one and just held it up in front of him. I don't know, but he's still claiming he'll have the prototype cards today, and he will be starting teaching this afternoon, allegedly. Excuse me. Even that made me hiccup. While you guys are waiting, sometime today, Unclean Hands has a new video posted. I'm going to throw it inside chat. Take a look at that. But come back to us. But come back to us once you finish. I have not seen it yet, but it's a good...
Clean up first. Clean up first.
Yes. Yes.
Run while you still can, folks.
And Parson apparently ordered a game for me, which I will never receive. Good golly, Miss Molly. And that is one of the 7 pre-sales that are listed on Chile de Castro. Oh, wow. They went back to Officer Family here.
And Fire Marshal Bill.
Yep. One of the 7 listed in the countdown on Chili's website. I did notice something. When you go to deletelaws.com and you get the front page and it has 3 big items there. Number 1, none of the items are the board game. And number 2, when you click on each of the items, the links don't work. So how are you supposed to buy anything if the links don't work?
Very good question.
He was complaining last night because he was doing his buy one and I'll give someone else one for free. And he had 5 people promised the for free with only 1 person buying a trifold. So you do the math on that one. $25 purchase, fueling 6 trifolds. So how much is a trifold worth then?
Negative values.
Especially when he's saying he'll throw 3 or 4 trifolds in with every one ordered. So pennies maybe?
Pennies on the dollar. Nope.
That's right. This must be a good sidebar. They may have thrown the jury out for this one. Remember, Turtle Boy is did not win the lottery this week for seats. So he's been out this week and he did not win it for next week. So there'll be no Turtle Boy on your screen during the court hearings next week. Turtle Boy's crotch, on the other hand, may be appearing on the internet if you look at the right places. And I'm scared if you do. Just saying. What do you think about Turtle Boy's crotch, guys?
I don't.
Good Lord. And today is our kittens, the Collective Kitten Group's 7-year birthday. They're 7 years old today. So we are going to have Little Caesars. Little Caesars party hat, our Little Caesars brownie, M&M's brownie cookie thing, and we're going to have a unicorn birthday party for the kittens. I found unicorn tiaras in a cabinet somewhere, and I'm gonna make my nephew wear them.
Okay.
So the unicorn birthday party may or may not be live streamed this afternoon.
And Ciara's got a slightly worn flamingo suit you can borrow.
Too sticky. Not gonna go there. Yeah, Lisa, one of my former bosses became a grandma at the same age. Now, Mrs. Tom, I had a coupon. Plus, we're going to try their new pretzel pizza with the cheese sauce on it. Pepperoni, pretzel, and cheese.
Okay.
They've had the pretzel for years, haven't they?
Yeah, but I think it's the first time I've seen the actual cheese sauce instead of marinara or whatever they use.
Oh, they're saucing the pizza with the cheese sauce? Because they used to do the side of a cheese sauce to dip your crust in.
Yeah, it says it's cheese sauce instead of tomato sauce on the pizza itself.
Yeah, never been a big fan of the not that canned nacho cheese, so.
Well, we're getting it because, again, my dad's favorite thing in the world was pretzel fast food items. So, pretzel burgers, pretzel crust, you know.
Sure.
Yeah, Dad, anytime Wendy's, no matter how weird the burger was, if it had a pretzel bun, Dad had to have it.
Yeah.
And there were some god-awful pretzel bun items at Wendy's over the years.
I used to like going to Einstein Bagels and getting their bagel dogs.
Oh, sure.
Bagel dog with spicy mustard.
Spicy mustard.
We used to get Schwann's versions of bagel dogs, and they were pretty good.
Yeah, we don't have an Einstein's in our area anymore, so the closest we have is the Wetzel's Pretzels version, and it's very lacking.
Well, Schwann's used to have a garlic bagel dog. That was pretty good.
Does it lackluster?
The plain ones were lackluster. Just like Dale himself. Lackluster.
Yep.
What the hell is Lackluster doing on our channel? I mean.
I don't know, but, you know, you should probably let Chili know.
And for those who don't know, Lackluster, last time I checked, was the biggest in subscriber count of that group. He had close to 1 million subscribers.
Right.
He was probably watching one of your news things that had either him or one of his peoples mentioned in it.
Yeah, I haven't featured Lackluster in the last year, so I don't think we have. But he may have been watching a Chili video, making fun of Chili.
Could be.
That's a distinct possibility.
But yeah, let's take a look. Let's take a look, Lackluster. Oh, God, Lackluster has 1.38 million subscribers.
Wow.
So he is almost, if you add Long Island Audits and Chili together, you get a little bit more than what Lackluster has. Now, as far as Chili, I don't believe most of them are real, but that's another story for another time.
If they were real, he would have more than I mean, his lives would be in the thousands.
They are now in the mid hundreds since he changed to vertical format. Every so often it hits, like regularly, it hits 532, 536, and then immediately goes back to 300. But they're higher than his streams have been, because he was literally getting 120 people for 628,000
So,
subscribers.
jurors, we're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that of messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit.
Oh, God. We're not getting out of this till Monday.
I have two instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy, I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant Buchanan, do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
Okay. If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a YO response, and that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
To console my client from
going back to the
insults.
Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by, same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Lito show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Sidebar.
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 He's pissed again. He's pissed.
I just finished GT's video. It is what we thought. It is exactly what we thought was going to happen.
He was scaring small children and says it's protected by the First Amendment.
No, but he did make creepily comments that he doesn't need permission to film kids at the school or the school board because they are in public, even though the school board district is actually attached to a school, apparently. And he was told by a captain of the sheriff's department that if they are under the age of 16, you need permission from their parent or guardian. He's like, no, I don't. I film kids all the time.
Oh my God.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Sounds like some computer forensics experts might find some interesting items on somebody's hard drive.
Yeah. I think I'd be checking, what's his name, visitor's log at prison. Warden.
I will say this, that inspector who came in, the minute he came in, he starts questioning. He knows exactly who he is. He starts shutting down all of his First Amendment arguments, handles the business, and just deflates any arguments for a First Amendment retaliation case.
Well, that's actually pretty good. I'm glad they handled it that way. I don't know.
We're trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have that document.
He'd be one of the sick fucks that would try and fight it, but it's a medical disorder.
Also, to make
I
it
can't
a little
help
bit
it.
easier for everybody, Sergeant Buchanan, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color You won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
We can do that.
I don't want
The
him.
blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray,
bubbles appear to be Ms. Reed, the text response.
okay.
That's agreed.
All right, I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No. Let's just go. Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please.
No.
All right, could we turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus. Is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was an adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, "You're very random." How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people? You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry, life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest, so I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got, we chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh. She has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down, haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh. Tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couples night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you, haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few? I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind?
If you have to tell somebody you're not
just
a
about
hoe
to start
multiple
cooking.
times, you might be a
Okay.
hoe.
What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Next.
Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within?
Where the
Yes,
above
absolutely.
or below the bubbles.
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I'm being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So, why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes. From Jump. When was Jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg me. Beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out?
This is the worst adult
yes.
I've ever heard.
Are you? Deaf.
Yeah.
Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my
would
lead?
you
I don't want
reveal
any
that
responsibility.
your own client kissed
You started
somebody
this, right? Why did you get
like
my
this?
number and each out of me and each out to me? Still
I mean, this is
have
doing more
not
damage to
told me.
Karen Reed than it is to Brian Higgins.
I think what they're trying to do
Should I not have?
is
I am fine with it. Just
they
don't know
jump on
why
the
you
grenade
can't
first,
answer.
and they do it
You're
early.
mad at me?
The jury will forget
OMG.
about it.
No,
Like
not at
what
all.
they did
You're
with
being
the
silly.
text messages from
I told
Proctor.
you. I just think you're like me,
Right.
and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died, and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out.
Mind.
It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Dawn? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want.
So, Thal, this is the worst adult novel you have ever heard.
Yes.
Game on? You send mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? 'Cause you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over. Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th.
I need some drinks.
5:09 p.m.
Down, Coke Dog.
That wasn't Coke Dog. Coke Dog's not here. He's
What's on
in
tap?
Greenland.
Haha. What does that mean?
Well, why does
Usually means,
Karen Reed sound like
what are
Coke
you
Dog?
up to? Cute. I just wrapped work.
Why are
Unpacking
there
some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were a ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha.
Thank
what
you,
day?
Sathale, for the $5
226.
super sticker. Add a day with the surprise face.
Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids.
In the bedroom.
Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were a ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No.
Oh, good.
Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you.
Still have no
What is
clue
that?
why they're having
Whiskey
him read this.
with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right?
Gotta get it in for the weekend. They've gotta go home.
Cherry in the middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So
It's
good.
not a good
Yeah.
look on Karen
Do you
to
have a
stop for the
4:30
weekend
a.m.
on.
bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Haha.
Aha. Body.
I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo?
Well, instead of
I stay here
influencers, I think you actually
once or
meant
twice a
neighbor.
week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds? Rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine, or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose-lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe. Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am. But I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar, no? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy.
This is her to be the aggressor.
Jeez, I just explained everything, I thought.
Right, but I think what they're trying to set up is that he wanted it as well, and then when she rejected him,
you get angry easy.
Went off the handle. Took out his
What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least.
That could also
Okay,
be played
good.
as she's the
And
feminine.
I haven't had a single drink today.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty.
She set him up to
Why is
kill
that?
John.
Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong?
Ouch.
Ooh.
Ouch.
I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs, so at some point, you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed it a text every school day at 4 and 4:30.
Brother Phil,
I meant what day
how
was
are
your
you?
B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too.
Anyone else feel like they're getting
So,
brain
like-
rot from these text messages?
I am a ton of fun. I am super private, and do not
thank
talk
God, I
out of
thought I was the
school.
only one.
I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that
No.
and more.
You mean the erotic texts
Safe?
of Karen Reed?
Like I am private. Don't talk out
I've
of
seen
school
better
with
erotic
what I do
texts
or who I hang with.
on the walls
Do
of
I aggravate you?
bathroom.
Haha, no.
Yes.
According to John, you may
If she
occasionally talk out of
says
school.
Riz, I'm out of here.
He said that about me? But that's none of my business.
Oh, what's the
Riz
message?
or-
You don't like my Riz?
To what exactly?
Riz or
None of my biz.
Ohio, I'm gone.
So then why invite me to
Champ,
your house
F
party?
champ. That means a lot.
Now
I
I'm
know that.
aggravated. Tonight's party? Excuse me, tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Jeesh. He just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself.
Yeah.
He has not said one negative
Yeah.
thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez.
Don't be so
Are
sensitive,
your panties in a twist now? Stop.
My panties, my panties, my panties.
Nah, my boxers are just
I
fine.
don't want to hear
Okay.
about Henry's.
You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single?
And ready to mingle?
Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other?
They're
Why would I
defining what
have
begging
thought
is.
you had any interest in me? Usually do when they do live with someone.
In the words of
Not.
Sideshow Bob.
Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them, and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating, and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG. I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak. I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No. I told you, he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass. Nothing.
That would be whole ass or nothing.
So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you, so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG Oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me. Himself. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too. And kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic.
What the hell is this?
Is that the
have to
one
do
you
with
wanted
anything?
me, TK, stay in? You sit like
It
to
doesn't.
be
but
spooned? You don't?
as far as we can tell,
Not for
they
more
got
than a minute or two.
the
Weird.
messages
You would
from
rather sleep
Proctor
alone?
and the prosecution
I've got to
put
make
that
my
out
sleep
there.
count.
So they're responding by putting the messages between Karen
So doesn't everyone?
and
Honestly,
Higgins.
I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling
I
across
mean,
the floor,
there you
and I
go.
wake up almost hourly.
I still
which
can't
isn't
figure
fair
out
to
why the
whoever I'm
defense
sleeping
putting
with.
this out.
Okay.
Yeah,
Bet
well, it's
Melissa
to
isn't
one
like
up
that.
the prosecution because
Lori
so the
wouldn't like that.
prosecution can't introduce
I know for a fact
this
Melissa
first.
isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning.
I feel
Lito
dirty
rolled
listening
his
to
eyes and
this, not
pointed
in
a
a
gun
good
at his
way.
head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever.
Whatever.
Lighten up,
jealous of her
Francis.
raise.
Let me know when you figured
Lighten
your
up,
shut
Francis.
out. That's a tailor-made joke for an army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say
So
non-combat.
she's seen stripes at some point
I told
in her
Sat,
life.
I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are, maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say / do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words.
I'm not a jerk.
Yes, you
Yeah,
are.
you
You're a
are.
jerky jerk.
I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your
God, how old is she?
questions. It's actually simple.
42.
What do you want from me?
Jesus.
That
What do you
time.
desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's
Put
fine.
an X in
I
chat if
suspect
you like
you will give
me.
up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? You see, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you.
Jesus, Mary and
Silly,
Joseph.
Your
for the
crib.
record.
Don't come
crib,
to my
man.
crib.
Cribs.
Your crib.
Your cribs.
What's a
And remember, if
Heisman?
you,
No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay.
I know it's
No,
a
you're sensitive.
trophy for college
try.
football.
Yeah, but
You don't
in
think
this context,
if I came over for a
I
drink,
have
we would
no
have
idea.
got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you?
Do you think
Give it
I
up.
would just give it to you?
I've been a lot in
Give
my
it
life.
to you.
I have a little bit
Give
of
it
a
to me,
carpe
baby.
diem mindset. Been through.
Oh, that's
Uh-huh.
offspring.
What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct.
All
Some of my
the people
questions.
say I'm pretty
Okay,
fly
which?
for a
That's again.
murderess.
Right. For
Tricks are not for kids.
all the girls say I'm pretty
I'm
fly
pretty sure
for
we
a white
would have
guy.
hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably.
What I'm
Are you
surprised
having a
at
drink
is
right
our
now?
numbers
Yeah,
have gone
on
up
my
from
second.
17 to 22 during this horrible thing.
Show me what you got. I went for some wine.
We have
and downgraded to a
degenerates. I don't know
mudslide.
what to tell you.
The taunting in me.
Hey,
Haha.
Yes, you resemble that.
I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you,
worked
weirdo.
up? So
Sure you
fail.
could have
all the degenerates
done a
in,
lot.
I speak for all of us degenerates here that we do not find that entertaining and demand an apology.
And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me.
If you go to her house, you have to stay in a separate room. Because she
I could
doesn't
have made
sleep in the
3
bed
round
with you.
tips by now.
Oh, yeah, she just won't
Excuse me.
stay in bed.
That's what she
You
said.
could have made 3 round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4 round trips.
So
Bite me.
she's a free
Jeez,
hooker.
That's fresh.
She mates, then she kills. That's what
She's
this
a
is
super
setting
freak.
up as.
Super freak.
So you
This
only
is
say
42
like
years old.
one
huh?
nice thing per day?
That's what
Yes,
this looks like
42
now.
years old.
You're impossible.
Yes.
Let me know when you figure
I'm
this
sorry,
out.
but this is just
You're
coming
impossible.
off as hoish
I've been
behavior.
pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
You're wishy-washy.
Yeah.
What do you want from me?
Gaslighting each
Doesn't
other.
matter.
What do
Okay,
you
then.
want?
Wednesday, January 19th,
You want
10:08 a.m.
Hope.
Sup? Sup?
I can't do
You
that.
tell me, player.
Yeah, she
Just
plays
working
mind
remote.
games with everybody.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Oh, fuck. Cringe.
From Mansfield? Yep,
Oh,
you?
good Lord.
I am in Canton at the moment. I want to
Is
drink.
this going to hurt our
Haha.
computers or cell phones?
Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of
This is going to get me a
the cup
call
rule.
from HR.
I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07
HR
p.m.
read this and be like, oh God, you're good.
Where are you planning on heading?
Have a week off.
Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7, and then likely make my way back. Okay.
So he doesn't seem at all interested enough to actually go out and
Where
do
are
anything
you
with her.
headed back to, Shady?
So
I
why
assume
would
that
he
means
be
Shady.
She just
Go
doesn't
ahead.
leave people
I'm
alone.
meeting my gal pal, who's from
Yeah.
Canton.
But I
back
mean,
to Mansfield.
if this is
Do I
his
know her
motive
name?
to murder John,
I don't think so.
they're failing.
Julia Mellon.
He's like, I don't.
Lives
She
on
invited
Sherman.
him over to have sex,
Into
and
her.
he's like, no, no.
I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us.
There you go. That means no.
I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get
Whatever.
most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people
Girls?
do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John.
This is starting to
Is
sound
that
like
your
Charlie
attempt at
Brown.
a lecture or
Right.
deductive reasoning? What do you want from me?
I'm not married.
That's just
and
how
neither
I
are
feel.
you.
Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to
It would
approve.
be better if
I've
Karen
already
Reed's
answered
part
that last
was
question
like
a couple
the
of times, I think.
parents and Charlie Brown.
I'm not judging you.
Wah, wah,
Never
wah,
have.
wah,
Never
wah,
will.
wah,
You shouldn't.
wah, wah, wah.
I don't know
Right.
what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
This is why
just
you
happen
don't
to
get
know
into
when I see
relationships
That I see
until
someone.
you're out of
I
other
don't have kids,
relationships.
and I'm not married.
Yes.
Aren't you afraid you might actually like me?
Duh.
I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend.
Don't
That's
this
funny.
broad just take
You
a
said we are all a
freaking
lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are
Yeah,
we
whatever.
like? Why are we alike,
Lost harbor.
according to you?
Yeah.
Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear.
You're
I had
just
been going
sensitive.
out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy.
She
He was
started
probably
another
starting to
relationship
see other
with
people
John
if I was
before
completely
she
honest
broke
with
it
you,
off
with
with the
myself.
previous guy. She
I don't feel
cannot
bad
be
about
alone.
any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it?
I mean, at least Higgins is asking the question.
My only PT is that there's
rather than thinking with his manhood. I'll give him credit for that.
difference between being married or someone
Not
and
that
dating
hard when
someone.
you're dealing with her.
And we have
Oh,
no
yeah.
intention of ever getting married.
Ever.
The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is
Ever.
cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See?
Oh.
Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha.
Oh, God, this is getting creepier.
I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day.
He's a
Love
goth
it.
girl. Marry her
Where are you
off.
going in
Oh,
town?
No,
Dearly
no.
beloved.
Dearly beloved.
No,
No, I can't do
She
that. I
works for
can't
my
do
friend
that.
who's a plastic surgeon.
She wears black every day.
That's
She's
how I
goth.
know her.
That's it.
Coincidence? She lives around the
No.
corner. So funny. Around the
I
corner
Can't
from
do
your
that to
second home.
NCR. I
Haha.
like it too much.
Put a 1 in chat if we should marry Karen Reed to NCR.
Oh, haha.
Put a 2 in the
I
chat.
had to
We
come
swear her to
downtown
Jim.
earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a
Jim's
drink.
already taken.
You
I
there
think
now?
Rails would spare you for the hour.
You would like my spot at the
Put a
cave.
3 in the
I
chat.
have a great spot for
if-
dinner and drinks down
Carson-
there. Are you there tonight?
No spamming.
I'm a
Carson.
beach.
We've lost
Worshiper.
count of how many ones have gone through the chat, so there we go.
Sister, no. No, I'm not marrying her. The hell with all of you.
Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury,
Yeah,
a
hell
spot
with all
in
of
West
you.
Rocks Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to
don't
rent
need that
my,
much help.
I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life
Thank
you can handle.
Abby.
Stopping
You're
for a
good-
drink
you're
later?
a good
By
friend.
where?
That's why I
My
love you.
spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two.
Ooh, a pic. Doesn't know how to do a selfie. Okay. I never do selfies, and I know how to do a selfie.
Right.
Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the...
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay.
Would you correct him?
I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see your smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry. I am a very particular person. What's that mean?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your
Yes,
friend.
but if he asked,
Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless.
but I'm willing to bet if he asked for something a little bit
Haha, I
racy,
figured.
she would totally do
My
it.
shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh. Which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay.
Like it's The Simpsons.
8:30ish is too late? For what?
Bite me.
Drink. No, why?
Bite
Are
my
we not meeting up?
Butterfinger. Bite
You
my
can stop over
Butterfinger.
for a drink. Balls in your
I
court.
don't have a cow, man.
Are you gonna give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to. But I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you gonna give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, it repeats
this is
itself.
so
I apologize.
bad.
So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha,
It's a thrill
no.
if you love
Where
us.
are you now?
Give
Newbury.
us a $5.
Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to.
So,
You
even though
take charge?
none of us drink, well,
thought we
actually,
already settled
no.
this.
So NCR
Haha.
can get himself a drink.
NCR can get hammered.
Okay,
Yes.
well, I am in my car, and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you.
I have
Not at all.
unlocked
I am
my
game.
decanter,
Okay.
and I have 92.
Well, I'd like to know where the hell
um,
I'm going. Pike or 93? You just
I don't think
don't.
that's enough.
You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to
I've
come
already
over?
had to watch Glenn's
Pike,
Serio this
I
morning.
would Daub say. You decide.
I would
don't know
rather
either.
watch Glenn than
Might
do
almost
this.
be preferable
I don't
to
either.
this.
I don't either. Play so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha.
The world's
Then just
worst
stop by for a
vodka.
drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting
Not
while
if it's
driving.
Fabio would post this cover.
Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks. It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi, how was your day? Good, yours? I am exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5, Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha.
Well, I feel better about myself.
Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. Haha. I apologize.
They had actually wanted this to work.
Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure?
I now understand what he feels.
Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
Oh, it's almost over.
Lights,
Thank
please.
God. And it's right in time for the break.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Now I can soak myself into a vat of Purell.
Court, all rise to the jury.
Let's see if they're
I'd
actually
like to
out.
see counsel just a second about scheduling, please.
Sidebar.
Goodbye.
Sidebar.
Sidebar number 5. Okay, as usual, folks, we're going to do 5 minutes of music once they are confirmed that they are gone. And then we'll come back with some Drunk Girl and maybe marry off Parson again. We got some fine
Is it
women
too early
this
for me to
time.
start drinking?
No, it's not. Just make sure you're not going anywhere this afternoon. But you know what I would like? I would
can't
like
make any
some
promises.
I would like some ho-hos or some ding-dongs. Ho-hos or ding-dongs.
You know, I was muted. I was saying, as usual, we will play the song multiple times because Jim won't be there to stop it.
Yeah, well, no, it loops on its own, and most of them are 2 minutes long, so you're going to hear it a couple of times. Well, anyone, I mean, you could sign in on your computer and stop it if you want to, or sit here to play DJ. You could do that. It's under media assets. You just click the next song. But yes,
I could, but I can't.
over the weekend, I'll be looking for some new music to feature. It looks like they have not officially broken yet, so.
God, this was the worst fan fiction, whatever you want to call that, text messages. It was the cringiest thing I have ever seen.
Did your cream dry up? Is that it? Dry up, I mean.
Did my what?
Did the lube dry up, NCR? Is that why you're so grumpy? Before you could use it? He's not denying it. So it may have been inverted. They're still sitting here and staring and blankly. Once they do go to break, it'll be an hour, so yeah. And look, their normal media guy is back. It had been a woman for the past few days. Okay, everybody, be back in an hour.
Why don't you come in?
All right.
Okay, I'm assuming since it froze. Make sure they froze. Yeah, they're back to Officer Family. Okay, folks, we're gonna let this music play and loop for 5 minutes. Let's make sure it's one that Phil hates. So
Ooh, nice.
we'll be back in a minute or 5 minutes or however long it takes me to go to the bathroom and do my recycling.
I see you're trying hard to pretend, but this house is nowhere you could ever live. Ooh, if your fingers don't feel anymore. Ooh, if you're moving but you can't get closer. She won't stop banging on the back door. She got it, oh, she got it now. It's a meltdown, screaming till her lungs are sore. She got it, oh, she got it now. You can't see, there's nothing here to defend. 'Cause this tape is never playing to the end. Ooh, when your fingers don't feel anymore. Ooh, when you're moving but you can't get closer. She won't stop banging on the back door. She got it, oh, she got it now. It's a meltdown, screaming till her lungs are sore. She got it, oh, she got it now. Fake it while you heal. Fake it till you feel. Until it's real. Go another way. Leave but then you stay. Say it to my face, to my face. She won't stop banging on the back door. She got it, oh, she got it now. Too hard to see what you're in for. 'Cause you're too scared of yourself. She won't stop banging on the back door. She got it, oh, she got it now. It's a meltdown, screaming till her lungs are sore. She got it, oh, she got it now. I see you're trying hard to pretend.
Wow, they have actual music of their own. I could have left you guys with that. Ooh. This is some groovy music. But we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us through that wonderful white people flirt over text messages until John died. Yeah. We're going to do some Drunk Girl in a minute once Phil comes back. Actually, Phil's gone. Looks like NCR is still with us somewhere. Probably drinking himself into a coma. Becca, just skip the next hour and 5 minutes and go straight to break. It's not worth listening to that horror of the text messages. It really isn't, for goodness sake. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, because that was the anti-anything. So we're going to pick a personal wife. Your weekend wash list from Fandango at Home. Oh, good Lord. Once I find my group of drunk girls. Let's see. Yeah, this one's a long one, but should get us through the break. We're going to start in a second. Let's present. Share screen. Violated for, or busted for violating no contact order. And it would help if
Oh my God, the police are here.
What's going on? Huh? Was that your cat running out?
No, no, sir.
What was that, a dog?
Cat, I believe.
Jason!
What's going on?
She got drunk today.
Day.
Started threatening me. It was I was
No,
laying in
sir.
bed. I got out of bed to smoke a cigarette. She punched me in the face a few times.
sir.
I gave her a kick.
When you're ready, I'll give my side.
All right, well, go talk to these people over here, and I'll talk to her.
Jason!
All right.
Jason!
What's going on?
On my honor, it's Veterans Day, and I'm a veteran. We were supposed to go to the post today. We didn't go. We're a little bit tight on money because we just returned to Europe. And I've sat in the spare room up front here all day. What just happened on my honor is that I tried to wake up and speak to him before bed.
Okay.
I just wanted to. I have refurnished the home on my own VA income. I wanted to be able to come to bed and not sleep on the floor. We just returned from
Who was sleeping on the
Croatia.
Who was sleeping on the
Me.
floor?
Sir, today is Veterans Day, and we've had a disagreement all day. So that I have been in this front room all day and allowed him his space. Please, I know there's a history here because I have been recently arrested, but we would not be engaged to be married if there was not some false statement. And somebody has got to listen to me. I would not be back on this property if there was a threat here. Have some honor, please. There was a discrepancy today. I've stayed in the front room away from him. I have left him alone all day. I'm ready to come to bed.
Right.
We got a new bed delivered. We've been in Europe. I tried to wake him up to speak to him, and he kicked me right in the chest and knocked the wind out of me and put me down. I'm tougher than... I'm embarrassed. I don't know if anybody's fetching to. Just give me a second. I'm embarrassed at myself. He kicked me right in the chest and knocked my wind out of me. And before I could get even my breath back in me on my honor, he kicked me back in the chest. I couldn't speak. I could not speak. There's a recent report on file. Let's look at the record, okay? There's a recent report on file that I am a transgressor, but I am not. He's allowed me back into his home. We're supposed to be married on the 5th of December, and we have spent the last 2.5 weeks in Europe, in Croatia. A bed got delivered. I didn't want to sleep on the floor. I tried to approach him and discuss matters with him.
Right.
You don't have to glove up because I have not touched anybody.
I'm not gloving up. They're just in my
Please,
hand.
I'm also on the department and I haven't done anything and I won't do anything. I have an open abdominal wound from cosmetic procedure. The last time y'all put me in your facility, there was wound care on record. All I have to say is this. It was bedtime. I just wanted to talk to him before bed. Let him know that it was okay. We didn't go out to the military post today for Veterans Day.
I'm thinking this is totally a parsing.
And just try to have some calms so I could come back to the bed. It got delivered finally today. We just got back from Europe. And he was laying on the bed on my honor. And he kicked me right here. Right here. I'm sure I won't on camera expose a breast, but I am sure there's a red mark. Kick the breath out of me. And when I'm on the floor, I work for the sheriff. I'm embarrassed because I work for the sheriff's department. Jason! Jason!
What's going on?
You alright, man? You okay?
This girl's got issues. This is my second time with her.
Yeah, we'll come talk over here. What's your name? Tell me what happened today.
We've been arguing a lot today. I was in bed, laying down. I want to get the day over with. Hopefully tomorrow will be about a 1. She wakes me up and starts threatening me. End up going outside to smoke a cigarette. She starts to close the door on me. She punched me in the face twice. I did kick her once. Got to back her away. Got on the phone, went 911. She smashed me with keys.
Let me see. Okay. So did this all just happen right before you called?
Yes, ma'am.
You were arguing all day long, but this physical stuff just...
Now, I am concerned about the violence, but I think Parson, with his requirement that they sleep in the different shed, I think he may not have to encounter it, and he can just lock the door. Otherwise, he'd be safe. Remember? What do you think?
He should be good.
Yeah, Parson should be safe.
He's a big boy.
Put a 1 in the chat if we should consider this for Parson. Put a 2 in the chat if we should consider this for Glenn Serio. Yes, we are going to marry off some of the crazier women to Glenn Serio, or men even. The individuals involved in these videos. Matt G's in with the 2. Sue Bear's in with a gag. So I'm assuming that's a Parson vote. So 1 in the chat for Parson, a 2 in the chat for Glenn Serio. 3 in the chat for NCR as a last resort. And we'll go back to this wonderful video.
Happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you need rescue? You need anyone to come check you out, medical?
No, ma'am.
No?
I don't think so.
Okay. Are you willing to fill out a statement for me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, cool. Why don't you come back here? And then there's some questions here about, what has happened in the past. Has she ever threatened you or anything? Speaking of threatening, you said that she had threatened, she punched you in the face and she said some threats to you?
Yes.
What sort of threats were they?
I hope you, pretty much about trying to get me in my sleep tonight.
Did she say what she was going to do?
No.
No,
She was like, oh, I hope you sleep well, you're in for it, this and the whole thing, you did whatever.
But she didn't say anything like, I'm going to do this to you. It
like, she was going to stab me or anything?
Yeah, okay.
All day we've had problems and I've sat in my son's front room. It was bedtime. My show was over. I want to come to our new bed that was just delivered. We've been in Europe the last month. Since your last encounter here, there's been no problems. Please. I just came to the bedroom to speak with him so that I might come to bed. And he kicked the air out of my chest. And when I get up off the floor to come and try to talk to him, he's already on the phone. And he kicked me for a second time. On my honor, lost my complete air. I'm on the ground. I can't even plead with dispatch, and I am familiar with 10-9. I am familiar with dispatch. Please give me a second. I'm on the floor and I can't breathe. And I'm just trying to speak with him so I can come to bed for the night. And say, hey, it's okay, we didn't go out for Veterans Day. It's okay. I'm ready to come to bed, and you're in here. I'm just gonna go to my side. And he knocked the wind on me for a second time. And you will hear on the dispatch call on my honor, me pleading with him, please don't call, please. I'm just trying to speak with you. I'm just trying to talk.
All right, let me go talk to him. I'll be right back.
Gasping for air. If you do any talking.
What's your side of the story? What's your side of the story? What happened?
I was laying in bed. I'd been there for most of the day. We had been arguing for a while. She ended up waking me up in my face, threatening me.
Threatening you? Like what is she saying? Like threatening you how?
I have TB. I can't do it verbatim. She was just telling pretty much, good luck sleeping peacefully tonight. I'm gonna get you. All this shit is mine. Blah 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 blah.
It wasn't like threats to harm. It was like open-ended stuff.
Okay.
Yes.
So then what happened?
I ended up going to smoke a cigarette after she got done talking. She did follow me to the backyard. And that's when she punched me in the face twice. I ended up kicking her once to get her away from me.
Was that after she punched you?
Of course.
Okay.
And that gave me the chance to go ahead and call the police. Well, she was down with that.
I'm gonna shine my light on. You close your eyes, just gonna shine in your face.
Down, and I knocked the wind out of me for a second time.
Hi, how are you?
Ma'am.
Do you have any marks on you?
I may. I may.
You might.
Knowing if I have just 5 seconds. I work for the Department of Federal Corrections for Juvenile Detention Center in the state of Maine, and I also work for the Sheriff Department. And I am a veteran. Today's Veterans Day, so if you're just a shred of a moment for me. We had a discrepancy today. There's already one on file pending. I've isolated myself here in my son's front room all day because we were
Sorry.
Yeah, I do have a head injury.
Sorry about
so
that.
It doesn't bother me. I wish, coming from the fellow sheriff's department, I wish I could have a shred of honor with you, but I know. Listen, this is different than the first time y'all come here. Okay, he filed a report on me. Yeah. I spent 4 days in Flint County. I'm out on bail. We just got back from Europe. Yes, on my honor. And it's bedtime, and I'm tired. And I've left him alone all day. I was coming in the room to say I'm taking my meds. I'm coming to bed. I paid for this to just get delivered. It's in my bank account. Yeah. I've left him alone all day. We didn't even get to go to the post, which was a headache for me. My military family's there. We didn't go out.
Thank you, Touche, for adding for the one gifted membership. 1 sec, let me switch over. It went to Killa Milla. And that adds another day to my punishment. Actually, that's for $5 or a membership from now until June 5th. Jim and Touche will be banned from Subway, Chick-fil-A, Taco Bell, Long John Silver's, Arby's, and KFC for another day. Right now, we're closing in on 3 years. And then Popeyes will be added to that list. Plus, for every $5 donated gifted membership from May 6th till June 5th, Coke Dog will be banned from the show for another day. Popeville 2 has also been banned by Mrs. Popeville 2 from Subway indefinitely. So even Pope Phil is being punished as part of this promotion. Every donation counts to keep this channel and newspaper alive for another year. Thank you so much for those who participated, and thank you for being here for all of us. Remember, we're also back at 8 o'clock Eastern tonight for another edition of Parson Friday, where we will officially be seeking a wife for Parson tonight. And yes, Sue Bear, her accent changed when the female officer came to the scene. We are currently doing Drunk Girl Theater while we're waiting for the Karen Reed trial to resume. They're at lunch break.
Can I ask you, the commander? We've been stuck here because he's been nasty all day, and I put myself away in my son's room here. It's time to go to bed. I just want to come through the bedroom to take my nighttime VA prescriptions, yeah? And he wings himself out of the bed, and he kicks me so hard. I'm embarrassed. I don't care if you arrest me. I'll take to my grave that I'm embarrassed because I'm supposed to be stronger than this. Yeah? Completely kicks the air right out of me. I'm on the ground. I've never gasped for air like that in my life.
Do you need medical
No,
attention?
I'm breathing okay, but I'm telling you on my honor, this isn't like the first time y'all responded. I just come in the room, I said, Jason, I'm going to take my meds and it's time for bed.
Is this a child trapped in a woman's body?
She changed her accent as soon as the female cop came over, and suddenly starts talking like a little kid.
Oh, I'll have to go back.
Yeah, she was talking normally to the male cop, and then when the female cop came over, and I want you're like, oh God, you just beat up your boyfriend. You're out on bail for beating up your boyfriend previously. I don't know.
Zoe, get over here. Zoe, you stay out here. Oh, she looks so good.
Sorry for being grumpy, folks. That transcript, that hour reading of the transcript has warped my little brain.
Yep, a lot of people's brains.
Yes. Touche says Helia Baldwin syndrome. Yes, that's it. So the good news is there's no more transcripts. At least that was, it seems like that was it between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed. So maybe they'll be done with this witness today. Maybe not. I don't know. There's still a redirect to go. So who knows what else they'll try to sneak in there. I'm just surprised the judge is letting it happen. Anywho, no other updates on anything so far. We do have a Glenn Serio story for tomorrow, so there will be a newscast. Chile de Castro is expected to get his prototype cards in today, so we may see actual cards from the board game that is never going to come. I mean, that's going to come out in sometime in the future. Sometime in the future. You know, he's so lazy, he hasn't even raised the price on his website yet, after promising he had to raise the price. I don't know. It's chilly. Let's go back to this wonderful woman.
It's okay we didn't go out today and, whatever. And completely just kicks me right in the chest here. I'm happy to coincide to show you. I don't know if there's room or not. I haven't checked it out. But I'm telling you, I was on the ground grasping for air, yeah? And he's on the phone with dispatch. And you'll hear on the dispatch call me saying, please. Because I'm formerly on the sheriff department out of state. Please don't do this to me again. You've promised you wouldn't do this again. There's no problems here. And you'll hear me probably gasping for air. And he comes over and he knocks. When you're in the military, you have a sense of some honor, yeah? It's embarrassing for me to say. I'm down. And I should have protected myself. And he knocked the wind on my honor out of me a second time. I'm sure if we go inside, there has to be a Mac. Because as I'm pleading with him, please don't call the police. There's no problems here. I just want to come to bed. He knocked the wind out of me for a second time. And I know dispatch heard it because I'm pleading with him on the phone. And he hurt me, and I haven't touched him. And we're supposed to be married yesterday, Sunday, today Monday. Today's Monday, Veterans Day. We were supposed to get married yesterday, but the dress didn't fit. We put it off to the 5th of December. He's already made a call on me, and you've already sent me to jail, and I've already bailed out and proof that what he has to say is not true. You have to have some dignity from the fellow sheriff's department to the veteran. I just wanted to go to bed. He knocked the wind out of me. The last time on record, I want to say on record.
Does she ever take a breath?
The last time you arrested me and brought me to your car, the officer asked me on record, did he do anything to touch you? Was there any fighting? And on my honor, ma'am, I said, no. There's no problems.
Worst thing about this is she's making me want to stop and go watch episodes of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And I don't know why, because that's Philadelphia, not a Boston accent. But maybe it's just because that show is just as strange as this woman is.
I took it all. I took all the heat and all the penalty. That's not the case this time. Please. This time is different. He's hurt me. And then he called the police because he thinks he has a pending police report and he can just send me away. You come inside and see my check.
Well, we're gonna have this deputy check you out if that's what you want.
I'll do whatever you need me to do. Don't send me to jail though, because I'll let
what is the prescription called? The prescription that you were taking, what is it called?
I'm a veteran, 100% service connected on a prescription.
Okay, that's fine.
To help me sleep.
That's fine.
And I just...
Is what it's called?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and where is that prescription located?
It's from the VA.
No, where is it located inside of your home? Where is the prescription
It would be in the
bottle?
master bathroom, so that's why I done one in there, not bothering nobody.
So then how were you so close to him if you were getting your prescription in the master
I walked
bathroom?
into the master bedroom door.
Uh-huh.
We don't have to spread out. I work for the sheriff's department and I haven't touched anybody.
This is where I feel comfortable standing.
Well, I'm glad you're comfortable there. Makes me very uncomfortable because I haven't done anything. Please, you do not need to arrest me.
No, we're just trying to just tell this.
It's
Why is she backing up?
Somebody here has to have a shred of honor. And I work for the sheriff's department.
Okay, ma'am.
I work
Listen.
for the department.
Okay, that's just listen to me.
As soon as they started asking questions.
Okay? Can you
Come inside and look at me.
Well, she'll do that in a second. Right now, she just wants to ask you some questions.
Yes, sir. We don't have to spread out too much because I am cooperative.
Yeah, you don't have to watch my back, because I already attacked one person, allegedly.
Didn't mention the military like 17 times now.
Yes. And it was Veterans Day. And she was upset that they didn't go out for Veterans Day.
Oh.
And her military family is what's important to her. And she missed seeing them. But that doesn't... I mean, his story is that she walked in the bedroom while he was trying to go to sleep, started threatening, making open-ended threats like, I hope you sleep well tonight. I'm gonna get you. And then she punched him twice in the face. He went outside. She stabbed him in the back with her keys. He kicked her away from him and then called the cops. So this story of him kicking her in the bedroom, then kicking her outside, but her never defending herself is just getting elaborated on each time she opens her mouth.
So maybe she was medically discharged for psychological issues.
Maybe. And to add, yes, she's out on bond from previously assaulting him. So, I don't know.
You can right next to you?
Anywhere would feel safer than this, respectively.
Do you mind telling me what happened? I know you already told your story, but do you mind repeating it to me?
Oh God, no, not
Veterans
again.
Day. We were supposed to go out to the post, to post 113 in Bunnell, where I have belonged since 2020. I served active duty at Mayport Naval Station here in Jacksonville, and I'm from Northern Maine. We didn't get to go out today. Somebody was in some type of mood. That was fine. I have a 7-year-old autistic son. His bedroom is set up here in this front room.
Is he here right now?
No, ma'am. He went back home yesterday. So I spent the day hanging out in his room, and I watched Game of Thrones all day, which sounds absolutely disgusting. We're point two, but it's the truth. I did what was the healthiest thing to do, which was space. We were having a disagreement. He wasn't happy with me, so I've stayed in my son's room all day. It was just singularly time for me to go to bed, and all I did on my honor was come through the master bedroom door to get to the master bathroom to get my trousers and talk to Jason, say it's time to go to bed. We just were in Europe. We just went to Croatia for 3.5 weeks together with no problems since the last incident. We were supposed to get married yesterday on Flagler Beach. If I'm such a dangerous person, anybody with investigative skills would question why one would do such things. However, I have left him alone today all day. I just wanted to get my medicine. When I went in to get my medicine, I said, hey, Jason, I'm going to come to bed. I'm taking my trazodone. I'm sorry we had a sad day. And he went down to the bed and completely and I'm in out of the entire.
What's that used for?
Anxiety.
Okay.
Anti-anxiety.
Yes, Abby Poland, they're in Jacksonville, Florida. And I recognize the house style because one of my friends has a house like that there in Jacksonville.
Story. I'm mostly embarrassed to say because we're trained that he got me, but he did completely wung his leg around and knocked the air like it's never been knocked out of me before, and then kick me right here. I'm sure there must be a mat, and then calls dispatch, and I work for the department. I'm a corrections officer.
Okay, you're saying that he kicked
in the statement right here. You'll see. You must have to see because it knocked the wind out of me. I haven't even looked yet, but I'm sure because I was gasping for breath.
Where did he kick you?
Right here.
No, where? Where were you guys?
In the when I come through the master bedroom to say I'm coming in just to get my medicine for the night. Right
Out of the blue,
here.
he just kicked you in the chest.
So what happened before?
Would it be okay if I go inside to the master bedroom to see like the kind of layout?
Finish, as I'm down.
Well, you're going to tell her because you told me already, so I'll be right back. Thank you.
So, I'm sure you already talked to the other deputies, so I'm just curious, what started everything tonight?
We were arguing for a good part of the day, then we separated for a while. And I guess she was still about that of shape because she woke me in a dead sleep not that long ago, threatening me.
So she was fighting you?
Threatening me.
Threatening you? How'd she threaten you?
Just said, I hope you're comfortable, I'm gonna get you, stuff like that.
Nasty behavior out of the blue.
Exactly.
I got you.
I listened to her for a few minutes and then I went into the backyard to smoke a cigarette. Unfortunately, she followed me, she tried to close the door on me. The patio door. After I stopped from doing that, I got punched in the face twice.
Jeez.
Yeah. I mean, I gave her a boot to create space and call the police after I got smashed twice.
Yeah.
Well, I'm on the phone with the police, and she hits me with her keys because they got one of the long chains, baby chains. The keys, so she's whacking me with that. It's just.
Jeez, man. What side of the face did she hit you on?
She was square.
Oh, square in the face.
Yes, sir.
Ah, jeez, dude.
Yeah. And this is the second or third time the incident I'm having with her. She's still on probation or parole or something.
So she told us that there was a previous incident where we arrested her recently. I wasn't working that day. It doesn't sound familiar to me, but how long ago was that?
About a month ago. She got drunk, upset, and decided she was going to come at me with a couple of knives.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And my stupid ass went ahead and...
Yeah, she's drinking, taking trazodone.
Yeah, and then
that'll
she
make
had
you
knives.
loony. And knives. Yep.
Yeah, she had knives, so...
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Good decision.
So, fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of fun stuff, and speaking of being out of control with knives, Pope Phil, how's your meat?
Yay! Did you find a new job yet?
No.
You were booted from your authoritative position yesterday.
No, I wasn't. Wrong denomination. EU has a special place in his heart for me.
So, Pope, we're watching a couple from hell.
No.
He was moody all day. He tried to go to bed. She came in, made some open-ended threats about him sleeping and not making it through the night. She's upset because she's a veteran. They didn't go to the post for Veterans Day, so she could see her military family. Previously, we just discovered that she had been arrested 3 or 4 times for assaulting him, including she's out on bond for the most recent time where she took, what was it, Gia? What was the drug?
Trazodone.
Trazodone while getting drunk and trying to come at him with knives. So this time around, he... Go ahead.
So somebody stole our story and made it into a body cam movie.
Pretty much, because he went outside, she punched him square in the face twice, he kicked her to get her away from him, and then while he was calling the police, she swung her keys, which are on a long chain, into his back, injuring him.
Yeah,
And
see, you support Mrs. Pope in this behavior.
Yes, I do. 100%. I know where the butter is bread, or the bread is butter. I know who's boss in that house, so.
Yeah, see,
and it ain't
now you get to see what I have to go through, what I have to live with. Oh.
It ain't the paperati, that's all I'm saying. I know who the boss is there.
Yes, that's true. That's true. That's true.
Yes, that's... In fact, the boss is in our scroll here because she banned you from Subway indefinitely. So Mrs. Popeville 2 is in the scroll. That's right, folks. She's in the scroll. She's part of it. So I don't know how the hell we're going to get through the next, 2 hours, 15 minutes of this stupid trial. Let alone the show tonight. Parson, we're going to find Parson a proper wife for tonight. A proper one. Proper one.
Proper.
But let's go back. We've got 11 or 12 more minutes of this one.
Raised in the no contact order. Here we are now, and here we are now.
So the courts got rid of the no contact order?
No violent contact now.
No violent contact. So she's allowed to be here with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe so. But yes.
Yeah, so they'll usually, this would be considered domestic violence. So the state of Florida has 0 tolerance for it. Usually what the courts will do to protect you is write up a no contact order where she's not to be with you. She can't come to the house, can't text you, call you, tell a friend, say, hey, go tell them I said hi. Come talk to you in person, stuff like that. They amended it and changed it to no violent contact, and y'all are allowed to be together. She just can't put her hands on you. So she's, yeah. So that's not good. It's no bueno.
No bueno.
I think you declined medical attention, but you don't need any medical attention whatsoever.
I don't believe so. I don't know how my back is, but I don't believe so.
Did she strike your back at all?
With the keys.
With the key? Oh, that's what she was whipping you with?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Whereabouts did she strike your back? Upper shoulder?
Come on.
Okay.
I took some pictures. I didn't know if there was a mark or not.
Yeah, you got like a red mark on the back of your arm here. It looks like a small scratch too.
No, yeah, with the keys.
Okay. The other deputy happen to get a picture of that yet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. That's not nice. Sorry. But
no.
It's how long have y'all been together?
5 months, roughly.
5 months. How'd y'all meet?
Over
5
this,
months?
Military
Wow.
AMVEX. It's like a VFW type deal.
Okay. Where's that at?
It's off Route 1 with steel rail. You know what that sign is? You're heading south.
Okay, yeah.
It's over there.
Okay. Yeah, there's so many bars tucked away over there. It's I can never keep up with them.
It's okay. I usually just stick to the military ones, whether it be the VFW or that one. I'm not very sociable.
I gotcha.
I'm not gonna stick with my own people.
I gotcha.
So that's really that.
Okay. How long was it for y'all started living together?
We started living with each other for a little bit on and off before a trip. We were supposed to go to Europe. Then the DV incident happened. The first one, and
that was the one back in September.
Yes.
You were just telling me about.
Yes. Okay. And then shortly after that, we just got a contact order. We left to go to Europe. We spent about 2 weeks out there, and recently came back here a week ago.
Okay. Y'all didn't have any issues while in Europe?
Nothing physical, but a lot of arguments and.
Gotcha. Supposed to be on vacation, man.
Tell me about it. Tell me about this. She's a nasty drunk. I don't know. You know, she's always intoxicated with something. I don't know why. I called her out on it earlier. Yeah. She goes ahead and she puts drugs and alcohol about her kids, about just. It was like her whole life just about getting messed up.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Has she been like that the entire time you've been with her?
I don't know if I'm noticing it more or it's bothering me more. But she's always intoxicated with something. She's always on some kind of substance. Now, I'm not talking about medicine.
Right.
She's got these stupid vape pens with the pot. She's always drinking. She took a 6-pack thing, but wait, it's in the garage. No, in the garbage.
That's crazy, man. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry you're dealing with that.
Thanks, sir.
Is this your house or is it hers?
It's mine.
Okay. How long has she been living with you?
Well, we've been back for about a week. And then before the first charges, we were on and off for a month-ish.
So it's like this address on her driver's license? Like did she ever formally move in with you and change your address and all that?
Yes.
Okay. Depending on where your relationship goes after tonight,
it's done.
It's done. What I would recommend you do first thing tomorrow morning, go down to the courthouse and start the eviction process. Because
you tell me you're gonna release it tonight?
No. I'm not saying she's getting released from here without.
Okay.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is moving forward from tonight.
Oh, absolutely.
If you want her out of this house, get her to go through the legal eviction process. Go down to the courthouse.
Okay.
The deputies up front will guide you where you need to go from there. But I would definitely start that process so you can get her out of this house. Because per Florida law, she does have a claim to this house, and she can still claim residency here.
Okay.
So
I'll definitely do that tomorrow.
Yeah, just to save you some headache in the future with her and all that, just start the eviction process so you don't have to deal with residency issues.
We just got back from Europe about a week ago. The trip was okay. We did fight a lot, but there was no like physical stuff that I can recall. She's out there. She's a lousy drunk.
She mentioned working for a sheriff's office up in Maine.
She tells everybody that. She did that years ago. It's nothing.
So it's not current?
No, sir. She likes to say that.
I mean, she told me about it a million times. So it's kind of, I was like, how are you in Florida but working for a sheriff's office in Maine?
No, she used to work in the sheriff's office.
Okay.
That's what she told me.
Okay.
How accurate it is, I don't know. Why she's not there anymore, I don't know.
Gotcha. Okay. I was wondering about that.
You know, and then I got on the phone with 911, she's pleading with me, and then I went ahead and wanted to grab my wallet and keys before she got to them, because the last dumb DV incident we had, I came out here with the police officer, she was inside, she hid my wallet, she hid my keys, still can't find my whole wallet.
No idea where she hid it?
No idea, she won't tell me, she's saying I forgot, she plays that card a lot. And after her arrest about a month ago, she was pleading with me not to go ahead and call you guys. And that's after I got smashed a few times. You know, twice in the face, once in the back. She can't stay here. I don't know what she's gonna do, if you guys are gonna do anything with her, but she cannot stay here.
No. So, based off what you're telling me, like I said, the state of Florida has zero tolerance when it comes to domestic violence. So obviously we have to do our due diligence, fully investigate everything.
Yes, sir.
Based off what you're telling me, you've got bruises on you. She's providing inconsistent stories about what exactly is happening. She's going to be going to jail tonight. So, that said, with the no contact order, there being no violent contact and her violating that, that's going to probably be an additional charge. And then they're probably going to have to write up a whole new, either they'll write up a new no contact order or they'll amend the current one now.
We have our policy, we have to hold on to you whenever you're in it. And when we walk past him, don't say anything, okay?
Which side? This is obviously a toxic situation that you guys are in. If this is the second time that you've been here, right?
Jason, please, you're booking me into jail.
That's
You're
right.
putting me into booking.
That is correct.
Oh my God, Jason, they're sending me to jail. I hope he knows. Did you tell him?
We've been with you this whole time.
But I won't be able to get out again because I'm already out on my... Wait, can I ask you a question? Before you just push me in here? Please. This is important because you shut the door on me. Please.
We're still listening.
Please.
What is your question?
Please.
What is your question?
I'm out on bond. And I haven't broken the bond. I won't get another one because I'm currently on one. In the same situation, trusting the same person. If you send me to jail, I won't be able to get out of jail.
See what the judge says at first.
Please, I haven't touched him. Is he going to get arrested for hurting me?
Good.
Will you let me know?
Let you know what?
If he's going to be in trouble for hurting me, you're not going to tell me.
He's not going to be arrested.
He's not going to jail.
Not tonight.
But I haven't done anything, and he has. What is the matter?
Yeah.
And so, like I said, he's got marks on him. Okay, so we have to go with what we believe to be true. That
Yeah.
You need to get away from this lady.
Stop for 1 second. Just let me say something.
I didn't touch him.
So
It was
we
my
weren't here,
keychain.
right? So we have to have a picture painted for us to know what was going on. Hold on. His picture was a lot more clear than yours, and he's got marks on him. So we're going to make an arrest today for you, okay? And then when things get a little bit more clear, and you've got a better, state of mind, you can talk to the judge tomorrow and tell her.
She doesn't listen. At your first appearance, they tell you don't get to say anything. At my previous first appearance, I didn't even get one word in.
At all of my previous first
to the judge
appearances,
on the
I couldn't
first
talk.
time yet. I just have a criminal attorney.
But they give you a lawyer, right?
So he can kick me in the chest and kick the air out of me, and you know, I ain't gonna arrest him.
So, okay, you had to have been very close to him For him
sitting
to
on
kick
the edge
you,
of
right?
the bed to try to talk with him. Yeah. And you're not going to arrest him for
We're not
me.
arresting him tonight, okay? But we will do
Just
more
me.
research on it, okay? I promise you that. All
But
right?
I didn't hurt him, and he knocked the wind out of me twice.
Okay.
Why is it admitted to jail?
He has actual scratches on him, so we have to figure out what happened. But like I said, we were not here, so we have to go by what
there's a part
picture is
two.
painted for us. And his seems to make more sense tonight, okay?
It's not the case.
Go ahead.
Please.
Oh darn, I didn't click it. Oh darn.
Oh, darn.
So we'll never know what happened.
We'll never know.
Never, ever, ever know.
Let's never talk of this again.
And that accent. And talking
Yeah.
like a baby.
Out of the blue. Out of the blue.
Folks, yeah, the Kevin, yeah, do.
Yes.
The Karen Reed murder trial will be back shortly. They've got 5 more minutes left in the break. I don't think I have the will to do more Drunk Girl.
Breaking news.
What?
Yeah.
Zoe's tush looks amazing.
Okay, then.
She is currently waddling around the front courtyard with her cute little rump. Yep.
Oh, God.
Nothing better.
I've got to put waddling around with his cute little rump in the Glenn Stereo story.
Do it.
I mean, basically, he walks up to a bunch of cops who are searching a homeless woman and tries to start a fight, saying he's taken on 20 men before, and they'd be nothing. I could take on 4 of you at a time. You got
Wow.
a shrimp here,
What
you
a
got an
stud.
old man, and the other 2 of you would be easy. The cops were just laughing at him for most of it. So.
Poor Glenn.
So he gets upset and he starts getting racial. So he starts using the racial slurs against the Hispanic officer and saying everyone else is gay. So, yeah.
Okay.
And challenging them all to mutual combat, of course.
Of course.
Because this wouldn't be a Glenn Stereo video without challenging someone to mutual combat.
And then never following through with it when they take him up on it.
Yes. Because he is getting more and more desperate for views, and he's getting progressively worse. Even though it's been like a month since that last video, he hadn't been using the racial slurs before.
Right.
You know, in this batch of videos, since he's come back this time. But literally, nothing is working. His videos are freaking boring. He just insults people, and they make excuses just to leave him.
Yeah.
So, he needs a good bum fight video or something. He needs to get arrested again. Because he certainly isn't suing anybody for $130 million unless he gets some money.
Well, what he needs to do is fake an injury and go to the hospital again.
Well, he had gone back to school, allegedly, because he was using the Bellingham College computer lab. Remember, he got kicked out of there.
Right.
So, and he was going to sue the school.
Right.
Because he couldn't get his work done on time.
Right.
Welcome back, Virgo Wraith. I just need a nap.
Just get the biggest sigh out of the paperati over that, Jim.
I do find it funny that it took 2 days to find a pope, but it took 3 days for Deion Sanders' kid to get picked in the draft.
Well, and he only got picked because the president mentioned it.
Yes, yes. And then he got picked by the Browns. So, yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep.
Who already have 4 quarterbacks.
Well, they haven't had a good history with quarterbacks in the last, 30 years.
Yes. Well, I did read a meme today that Tim Couch didn't want the Sanders kid using his number. And they said that Johnny Football used his number. And he went, who? I know we're getting deep into football talk here, folks. G already left screaming. So anything is better than reliving the Karen Reed testimony.
Yeah. Artie reading dinosaur porn was better than that.
Ew.
And that was like really awful.
Ew. Let's make sure this is on the screen in case I fall asleep. So today is technically the group of cats known as the Kitten's 7th birthday. We are going to have a unicorn birthday party after my nephew gets home. And we get Little Caesars pizza. Little Caesars. When you want pizza and you don't have any time, Little Caesars.
Pizza.
Now they
Although
do have
we always like bread dough better.
Well, they do have an exclusive flavor at Little Caesars of Mountain Dew. Mango Mountain Dew.
Ooh.
And I was like, should I get him a can? And my niece was like, no, you're not getting him a can. He can't have caffeine at 7 years old. So
Good point. Good point.
I should have got me a can instead.
Yes, you should have.
I didn't tell her that at his age I was making myself pots of coffee with like 8 spoons of...
And reading the paper.
Yes, 8 spoons of sugar in it, so there would always be like sugar syrup left over at the bottom of the coffee cup.
Yep. I used to do the same thing.
And we are back.
Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Used to do the same thing with my Cheerios.
So now you've familiarized yourself with that series of text messages that you
We're the
received
same,
from
or-
Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Would you, I'm going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. Talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
There are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge
Yes, get revenge.
on John
Yeah.
for what happened on New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right? Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not, his phone, you know what his
You're
phone
here,
is.
Gia, but you're not backstage, so.
Right.
We do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account was somehow, I don't know if that means synced with what Gary's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text message.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence.
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay. So as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them,
Okay.
no.
So would you agree that
You
the
have
text
evidence
messages
he didn't
show
see them.
a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed?
You have to ask that differently.
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that
In your mind,
there was
as
a
you read the
romantic
text
interest
message.
by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed, and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct?
Overtures.
Suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they were back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
I read that he repeatedly asked her what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or what's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
He did, yes.
He called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
He was interested in going over to her house.
Yes,
He was interested in her possibly coming over to his house.
yes,
He told her that he thought she was hot, his words, from the jump, correct?
from the jump, yep.
How did you interpret that?
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean,
As a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he, in the text message? From the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
yes.
How about you, Mr.
constantly
Jackson? What about
was
your
using
text
phrases
message
to-
when you
to
were
use your words,
allegedly having
phrases.
the affair with her?
Interested in knowing how she felt about him, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. To ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you interpret any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection.
Ask it again.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Karen Reed felt about
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
He used the word ghost several times, correct?
I do recall reading the word ghost.
How did you interpret that word? Objection.
I'll allow it.
I interpreted ghost in the common slang terminology as to abandon conversation, stop communicating.
He indicated that 2 different times in the text string, correct?
I know I read the text messages, by reading them out loud to a room full of people, I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was
enough.
concentrating more on the reading, not on the comprehension of each word.
Fair enough. But you did note that he used that term in his text messages to her, correct?
I think I recall at least once that the term ghost was present in the communication.
Did you interpret that? I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret that, the use of that word by Brian Higgins, as showing some level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not. No.
Not at all?
No.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little after my time in communicating with others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive or a negative connotation on the phrase, "you ghosted me"? Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that, based on the text messages that we just saw, there was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd, correct?
This chain of text messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th. But the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
I don't recall as specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page or something. Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, "Thought you were all set"?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed responded with talking, question mark, no, period, correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 M's behind the H, correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, "You sure?" with no punctuation. Correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to "you're sure"?
She did not.
The next
Does
text
this matter?
is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th.
They're trying to set up Higgins as having a reason to kill John.
Yes, it is.
I know.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I ask. And now, can you tell the jurors what that text is? And then the next text immediately after it.
Well,
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
no, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins, until January 28th at 11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
Strictly looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they...
Correct. I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read, just to answer the question I've asked. Based on the text that are in front of you, Sergeant Buchanan, does it appear that Ms. Reed ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins, from January 23rd until January 28th?
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th, Sergeant Buchanan, when Brian Higgins sends, well, did Ms. Reed respond?
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on a text message, no.
You said they were together. That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Ms. Reed when he sent his text, correct?
Yes.
And she ignored it, didn't she? Okay.
Sustained.
You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. No, no worries.
Cha-cha-cha.
Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and, you know, and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
May I, Coach?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "You coming here?" 3 question marks following it.
What was the time?
I'm good. 12:20 a.m. May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. So you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She had just not responded. Correct?
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd. Correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that she sent, I'm sorry, that he sent to which she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks. Correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m. Correct?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room. Well, correct?
Correct.
Karen Reed ignored that text. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks. Correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we've just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also aware of a call. Your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Okay. Remember, folks, we have the Chicago-style sidebars for lunch.
That's right. Gia requested them special for the new Pope. The Chicagoan, the new Pope.
And then she stormed out. She rage quit on us.
She rage quit and may be seen in the side chat taking pot shots at us now. Because she said she was multitasking. Whatever that means. I don't know.
She also said she was watching her dog's butt out the window. So
that she would rather watch her dog's butt than watch the Karen Reed trial. That's what she said.
That's what she said.
Would rather watch the immaculately beautiful Zoe than Karen Reed. She does have a point there, though. Especially after this week. I mean, this trial gave Hank a headache so bad he had to leave because he wasn't feeling well at the start of the show anyway. NCR apparently drank himself into oblivion because he's gone. It's just you and me, and
we're delirious with the fever.
Yes, we're just done. I mean, yesterday was painful. Yesterday I started watching YouTube videos and I didn't hear a damn thing after the break. I was just here to say sidebar. But today, dear God, I mean, let's introduce the fact that our defendant is trying to revenge by getting into a relationship with one of John's buddies. And then let's frame that buddy for murder. Because why the hell not?
Yes.
Why the hell not? And there are people, oh, Karen Reed's innocent. They're all framing her for all this. Well, you're literally seeing this play out of her framing people because she doesn't care. Anyone who defends her is just not getting it. I mean, this is a bad WWE angle, except there's a real death in it, and people are forgetting that John O'Keefe was a real person.
Right.
You know, he may have been a flawed person, but this relationship was a real thing to at least him, and they're saying he's a cheater and all this, and she was just talking to Brian Higgins because John did it first. Well, John's not here to friggin' defend himself. And they can say what they want about John, but everything we've heard about him from everybody, including people who probably hated him, was that he was a good guy and he would never cheat. And he didn't cheat with a family friend who he'd known since she was in diapers. So Karen's just spinning shit to spin shit. And she had set John up to be the bad guy in the eventual breakup of the relationship. That's what she did here with Higgins. I only cheated because John did. I don't think she planned on murdering him, but once he was dead, she had to blame somebody.
And why you just don't go, it was an accident? I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I accidentally hit John, or she should have, when she got home after calling all his friends and texting him and calling him and screaming at him, if she really thought that he was out there injured, why the hell didn't she call 911?
Right.
That's on her. That's on her, and she'll never testify. So she let him die in the snow. It doesn't matter, even if Jen McCabe's text really was, how long to die in the snow? You know what? If I get a crazy flippin' call from Karen Reed, you know, I don't think the timeline supports it. But if I get Karen Reed calling me at whatever a.m., I'm gonna Google search how long does it take to die in the snow, because she's already killed once, allegedly.
So you want to know how long you have?
Yes, before she shows up and backs over me and. At least they don't have a flagpole in the front yard.
Right. Well, Actually, you should put one up because how else are we going to find you?
Well, the squirrel or the raccoon army is probably going to get me first. Let alone the stray cats. Speaking of stray cats, I saw the one we call Gia. Not Gia the person, Gia the cat, who I haven't seen in about 3 months. She showed up the other night.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation?
I thought you were telling me Brian Salter in your house.
During the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on
No.
January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. In your experience, would a phone extraction, a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received the text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or a forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
And why would they? They weren't suspects. She was the suspect.
At some
How
point,
do you know my client made them?
this is just yes or no. At some point,
This
did you
whole
become
afternoon
aware
is getting me so
of a
pissed
call
off. I feel like putting
between
on the VR
Brian Higgins
headset
and Brian Albert
and
at
escaping
2:22
from the
a.m.
world
on the night of the,
for
on
like
the morning
3
of the 29th?
days.
Just yes or no.
No.
As you sit here today, this is new information to you.
Unfortunately,
This is,
the one game I
let
have
me rephrase
requires
that.
to
This
play
is
with other
unknown
people.
information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection. Sustain. We need a time frame, Mr. Jeff.
I'm proud of you for getting
I realize
a game
that, Judge. That's
requires
why I'm asking you this
interaction.
question. As you sit here,
No,
are you
in
aware
VR space.
of a
Well,
phone
doesn't
call
matter.
between Brian Albert and
No
Brian
improvements
Higgins
for you.
at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
It's their
Look,
virtual.
you just
golf
shared that
thing.
with me. I have
Or
no
putt-putt golf.
memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before.
No.
Okay.
Why don't you just start saying the real killers? The real
You indicated that
killers.
you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors, disregard that question. Go over to sidebar, please.
Sidebar. Sidebar number 7. They are so far off into the woods. None of this was covered in the direct on this witness.
Right.
And they're just milking this witness until he's dry. We're going to go Monday. I bet you anything we're not going to get to redirect, until at least Monday. We have 90 minutes left in the day.
Well, he might, who knows? He might finish up after the sidebar. You never know.
I doubt it. He's going to keep trying until the judge slaps him upside his little head. He's already turning red. It's the post-lunch redness has set in. He's getting red again. So maybe, just maybe, he'll fall over and we'll be out of our misery. I mean, I don't know.
What the hell?
What?
What is going on?
They're trying to get all of their, well, Brian Higgins is the real murderer, and Brian Albert's in on it, and they had that weird butt dial of each other, and I mean, they're putting on their defense case all here. They're giving their defense here in this witness.
And the FBI didn't even catch it. That's how sly Brian Albert is. Or Brian Higgins.
That's how...
Yep.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. No one. This was the mastermind, the real killer. I wonder if he was in, if he was around OJ in '94. You know,
Could have been.
He popped out of the bushes or something.
As you sit here right now, Jim, do you have evidence he wasn't?
I do not, but remember, I've also been accused of being an ice cream cone attacker person in '86 when I was 15 and living on the East Coast while I was supposedly driving an ice cream cone truck in Washington State in an area.
And analyzing hookers.
Yes, apparently. So, you know, I must have a history. I must have a history. So, I mean, what the hell, Gio? This is just... Oh, there's a crack. See, there's a crack in this. The crack wasn't there before. There's now a crack in the ceiling. That's how even the building is rejecting this.
In the space-time continuum, there's a crack.
Go ahead, Gio.
I just don't understand why they're doing this. It's making me very, very bored.
I mean, and this is the defense. This is what they put on it as a defense last time, that they've suddenly got to get to this witness. And this witness has nothing to do with it. He was handed the freaking reports. So they're going to question that, make him read them all. Make him read them all. Whose name is on this? I think Proctor? So it was Proctor! Okay, do you recognize his handwriting? Well, the label you put on it says Proctor. Proctor! What was the name of your partner? Well, my partner on this was Proctor. Proctor! What the hell? I've lost my mind today, folks. So, mild-mannered Jim is gone. I'm just tired.
You're Proctor, Jim. You're Proctor, Jim.
Proctor!
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you become aware of a call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton
Yes,
Police
person,
Department?
like Doctor Who when the crack appeared.
I am not aware of that, no.
So,
would you like to be aware?
You did nothing in terms of investigating any phone
So
call
you did
that Brian
nothing.
Higgins did or didn't
God,
make
Jackson,
while in
you
Canton
ass.
PD on the night
You
or the
did
early
nothing
morning
over
hours
something
of
you didn't know about.
January 29th.
Why didn't you check everybody's phone on the block?
We never sought to
You did
get
nothing.
Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked at as a
Suspect, say
individual that
suspect.
we would need to get his information for any reason.
So
at
you
that
did
point.
nothing.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed.
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that you just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th.
All these people knew each other.
To investigate.
Yes.
It's so stupid.
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
And the information that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the three devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
No, I said that we had all three devices, and as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
If you,
John's and Karen's.
correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply.
Wouldn't the judge shut this shit down?
Correct?
I
think she's
trusted him,
giving
yes,
them the rope to
because
hang
we trust and
themselves.
verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about?
So he's just
any
going to
possible
the end of
motives
court.
Brian Higgins
He's
may
just
have
yammering.
relative
Yeah.
to John
Yeah.
O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including a text message, the text message at 2:20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview from Brian Higgins, right? 12:20 a.m. That's one of the factors, correct?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is that John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just feet from the front door, side door, and the garage door. Correct?
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face. Initially, please.
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
I realize it's before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking about.
Yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, a big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
He had a big egg just above his right eye?
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye. And there wasn't a contusion.
If two different paramedics said that they saw what they described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually be described as an egg above his right eye.
Did you notice a laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Did you see a small laceration at his right nostril on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him and saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location? Zero? Did you consider that?
At what point?
On January 29th, when say 6 a.m.,
29th.
7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m.?
9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 12 a.m., 13 a.m., 14 a.m., 15 a.m.
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight, I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know, we don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you described for this jury as being the area around the fire hydrant, the flagpole, where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the Sally Port in Kent. Correct?
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
When you talked to when you talked to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of dusting of snow, right? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you in that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank. Didn't you?
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah. Taco Bell. Taco Bell. Taco Bell. Taco Bell.
Oh, Bell. Taco Bell.
Taco Bell. Taco
Taco Bell. Taco Bell.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that with the dusting of snow, there is no snowbank. Right.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Alberts when he arrived. So there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank. So behind it.
Snowbank being in the yard. Actually, he said the lawn.
Yeah, he's.
Sorry. He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the driveway, correct? That's how you explained it.
He said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank.
Why are you asking
Right,
this
off
guy
to that
about
area.
that?
Right.
Did that raise any suspicions in your mind that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
No.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we.
And are you aware he's part of the Albert
Brian
crime
Albert and Brian
family?
Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins' phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Did you look at the entirety of the waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot write it. It's not my notes. Exhibit 22, I'm told.
Okay.
May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
And I'm asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that. Can we pause it briefly, Mr. Wolk?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please, if you can, point for the jurors whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video?
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
I can't tell you exactly. Maybe if you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you, but from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know is Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Can you jump up and down in your street and go, there he is, there he is?
The real killer is on your screen.
Can you pause it?
Stop it.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
Can you describe what Brian Albert and, by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 2-9 on the chyron on top, the 29?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please?
Play fighting. Just say play fighting, dumbass.
Can we pause it? Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
Fighting stance.
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like ref housing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it.
Hope, when you and the missus play grab ass, do you take fighting stances?
Occasionally, and occasionally defensive posture as well.
And when she comes and punches you squarely in the face,
I cry like a baby.
Kick her in the chest?
I cry like a
Okay,
baby.
okay.
I cry
Okay,
like
you
a baby.
don't kick her in the chest.
I curl up in a fetal position and cry like a baby.
Okay. Well, that's right. You weren't here for that video, so.
I came in at the end of it.
Yes, you weren't here for that one. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll have to try that on NCR, who
pause it?
sat through it with us.
Sergeant, do you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the two gentlemen.
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play. Go ahead and pause it. Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top left, top right corner of the frame talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please. Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the waterfall and went back toward Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about the band or the bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, those folks. Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22, while you're queuing that up, did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins? Did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, squaring off, yeah.
You are former military
Yes,
and current law enforcement.
yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer.
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 16:35 to 17:22 with the court's permission.
Okay.
I
If you
think
can pause
next
it.
time Gia's
Can you describe to the
acting
jurors what
up
you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in
or
this footage?
being angry at us,
Based on my,
I think she's
on my
gonna have to
understanding, it looks like
review
he's given him
12
the
hours
Heimlich
of us
maneuver.
playing grab ass.
Okay.
Abdominal thrust,
Okay.
I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
Brian Albert's got his hands around.
And I'm gonna do the
Brian
whole
Higgins, correct?
Karate Kid.
That's
do
what it
that
looks
whole
like from
kick.
here. I have no idea what
Okay.
he's doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or
Okay.
grappling?
Sweep the leg.
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
Sweep the
Let's go ahead and play
leg.
it.
Yes, you're the sweep the leg guy. So
I'm not falling for your one-legged wounded bird shit, though.
yeah, the crane, whatever it is.
Yeah, the crane.
Crane. And then we're gonna be the Home Alone guys
Thank you.
to
If we can take that down.
NCR as we invade his house.
During the course of reviewing this
Then we're
video,
gonna
or
get
the
through all of
entirety
his
of the video, not
traps
just
and all that
the clips that you just
to get to
reviewed,
his pot of
Did you
gold.
see where John O'Keefe
Yes.
was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he
Serial,
standing
we
with
may
them
make
or
a
was he closer to
pay-per-view
the
out
bar?
of it.
In the,
Yes.
the back of the video.
Grab
I
ass.
believe
paper.
after Mr. O'Keefe
Yeah, I'm
arrived
my
and
only
embraced
Pope's
a
fan.
few people with
only
hugs,
Pope's the count.
I guess if I had to estimate,
And
most of
Gia
the
is
time he was
final
on the
boss
other
that-
side of the
that
table,
NCR will have to face
which would be closest to the bar
to
area.
escape.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in
His house.
and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see
Gia
him
is the final
interacting
boss.
with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again? On this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor, runtime 1915 to 1957, about 45 or 50 seconds. Can you pause it? Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals that you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip
Any
as
of
yet?
those individuals you've described as
Or do we
playing
need to play it a
grab
little
ass.
further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion
No.
of the video?
Are we zooming?
You could center that
Who's
just a little
zooming
bit
who?
toward the right. Other way. There we go. Thank you.
All I want to do
If
is
we
zoom,
go ahead and
zoom,
play that
zoom, boom,
from
boom.
1915 to about 1957. Pause it. Do you recognize the three people center screen now?
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming,
I don't
or
want you to assume.
guessing. I can't make it out
Okay, let's
to
play it.
identify each individual. If
Let's
you
play it forward if we can. One more time.
You're not
At this
making
point,
an ass out of
At
me.
this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes,
Okay.
at this point, I can
Got
say that
55
that
minutes
looks
of this
like
bullshit to go.
Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person to
Yep.
his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the
Shaker,
left
baby,
of Brian
rump
Higgins,
shaker.
I believe that's Brian Albert.
and the person to the right of Brian Higgins.
To the right from my perspective?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive. I'm
Okay,
not
let's go ahead and
positive.
play it.
Excuse me.
Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay, okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Do you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
I cannot make him out.
Hello,
Could you
Gia.
play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to.
So you're coming up here to say you really want
to
12 hours of me and Jim playing grab
Brian
ass.
Higgins is
Let's
like
play it
that
from here.
fat guy.
Yeah. That's the guy she was flirting with.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was on. She was playing John.
Yeah.
She wouldn't
Yeah,
get caught dead with that guy.
Yeah.
This is so ridiculous. I can't take much more.
I mean, how low are her standards? No offense to Higgins, but how low are her standards? Otherwise.
She's pathetic and cannot be alone.
Pause it. Could you see what was happening with Brian Higgins?
He was gesturing to someone.
Do you know
I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so
Understood.
I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play the video one more time with it focused on the other side of the
Can I
bar?
play it again
Thank you.
with it
Last
focused
time.
on the other
Can you tell me
side?
who to focus on, please,
Yes.
so I'm not looking for the wrong person?
Sure,
Thank
sure.
you.
Pause it. Do you see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
For the jurors, please, on both televisions.
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
And this
on the other TV?
right
Okay.
there. He's appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that, the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? And then please focus on Mr. O'Keefe.
Well, baby.
Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he's appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's still engaged in conversation.
Pause it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer
Right. Which direction is he looking?
in the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. We'll take that down.
Well, since he has his middle finger
I
up,
wanna
I'm
change
guessing
gears
he's
for a
gesturing
second.
towards you.
Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant.
If I could, Sergeant.
What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were headed to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
They were gonna murder
I'm sorry,
him.
you said
weren't they?
Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. Okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears, if I could,
Oh God, he's still going.
to another video. It's a. Did you review certain ring videos specifically relative to One Meadows?
Why?
The outdoor ring video servicing the carport area.
Torture you.
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor. Now, just a moment. This has previously been marked as 12A. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
Pause it.
Oh
Let's go and
God,
zoom
now
in
they're
on
on
the
to
upper left-hand
this.
corner. Okay, go ahead and play.
Yep.
It's like they're desperate to get the whole defense in right now.
Pause. Did you see anything happen with the the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Okay.
Let's try that one more time.
Now they're doing this thing. Let's get our whole defense in now, cause reason. Makes me think they're gonna end up taking a plea deal.
Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of an impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay. You had this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you
Several years?
either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not
several's more than
contact
two.
that Chevy Traverse?
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed during the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, correct?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year? Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
It didn't hit it.
There is movement of the tire. There is movement.
Movement of the tire. Could be an earthquake, could be someone standing there and pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move.
They have to have collided, correct?
I would
At
say
a slow speed, yes.
Which area
It kissed it.
of
Nudge.
the SUV,
It kissed it and
Collided
gently rubbed it.
the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this
which
video?
would have been the bumper, which sticks out further than the tail light.
I
Yes.
believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Move on.
I want to change gears
Shut up. Sit
again,
down.
if I could, and ask you about a dog. You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog
Woof, woof, woof,
that they
woof,
named
woof.
Chloe.
I told you he's
on
going to
July
go
20
till
I'm
4
sorry,
o'clock.
on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
So Brian Higgins and
During the course of
dog
your investigation,
conspired
did you also become
to kill
aware
John.
that the Alberts got rid
Yes.
of their family dog? Objection.
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
She's done.
She's like, yeah, she's done.
Enough,
What are
Jackson.
you doing? This is his entire defense. He's just putting it on right now.
It's not his turn.
No.
That's why this is ridiculous.
I will say one thing, and not really in defense of Jackson, but if I were on trial for murder, this is how I'd want my lawyer to frame shit. It just pisses me off.
He would never be up for murder, Pope.
Well, that's yeah, I know.
Never.
No,
Never.
no, you'd be.
And if you accidentally killed somebody, you would take responsibility for it.
Right.
Well, no. More than likely, he'd be the victim because he's gonna say something to piss off Mrs. Pope Phil, and that'll be that. He'll be the victim.
Or one of my neighbors, or anybody I walk. Yeah,
the meat cleaver just slipped out of my hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's just the simple fact. I mean, yeah.
I found him stuffed in his smoker. I don't know how he got there.
I don't know how it happened. And there were footprints from 7 different people.
And dogs.
And dogs.
And the paparazzi miraculously sent off.
Blood on her paws.
That's everybody did it. Everybody. It was like Brutus and Caesar. Yeah, everybody did it. That's
Yeah, Murder on the Orient Express.
Yes.
Great movie.
Yes, everybody. Oh, dear
Everybody took a
God.
turn.
We've got how long left? We've got 38 minutes left for the day. And this judge better do
And
something.
2 brain cells. And 2 brain cells.
And then we're back with you at 8 o'clock tonight to marry off Parsons one more time. And
dogs can drive golf carts. Matt.
Yeah.
At least Zoe can.
Yep.
So, yes, be back with us tonight at 8 o'clock. Then we'll be back with you tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern because there's no trials on the damn weekend.
When are we doing our year celebration?
Well, we're Monday is technically your day, but it's also Lane Meyer's day. And it's our year celebration.
Okay.
So I'm thinking now listen to me.
Parsons already rejecting her. Yep.
I'm thinking you take Tuesday and do a party. The 1-year party. On Tuesday instead of Monday. That way we get the party in for the 1 year and not interrupt the Lane Myers thing. What do you think?
It's fine with me. I don't care.
You have your party on Tuesday.
Well, you have to be there too.
Well, no, because it's a Phil. It's a Phil sucks Tuesday.
No. We're celebrating our freedom. So you have to be there too.
Yeah, but instead of
We'll
Phil
just do it on
sucks
Tuesday.
Monday next week, it'll be Phil sucks Tuesday.
It sounds wrong. It
Nope.
doesn't.
It
doesn't work.
One time only. Phil sucks Tuesday.
Well, that's fine, but you still have to be there.
Yes, I will be there to take your abuse, but you'll be running the show on Tuesday. That way we get whatever's going on with Lane Myers as we Judy's going over today to look, there may be a plea deal.
Right.
There may be a plea deal. So a disposition report has been filed. We're not saying anything, but that's usually a precursor to either the plea deal having been discussed or a plea deal being on the table. So
I gotta go get my daughter
of
so she can go do something. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
So
Bye.
So we should, if Judy's able to see the document, let alone get a copy of it tonight, we should know more about what's going to happen on Monday. But there is a possibility that a plea deal has either been discussed or is in the works because just for the existence of this document. And that happened back on the 6th, so 3 days ago. There have been no new filings by Lane Meyer. There's been nothing. All of his threatened things he hasn't done. So that's not the court. That court site is up to date all the time. Plus we have 2 to check. And when one doesn't have something, the other gets it, or the original gets it. And then the other site's updated a day later. So we've got parity here. There's been nothing filed by Lane Meyer. So we'll see how batshit insane it's going to get on Monday. And are we ready for Lane to be set free and back on the air every night?
Released
so we can
upon
fight
the
it
world.
out with DirectD. Yes.
Released
Because remember,
upon the
his offer was release me right goddamn now and then sue me to get the videos taken down.
Yep.
And he offered 3 versions of that, or else. Or else.
Or else.
And as in the background, Helen is saying, or else. She's saying, feed me, or else. I want to sleep in tomorrow at least till 9 a.m. I want to take a bubble bath tomorrow. And I want to watch a movie in the VR headset, at least a movie tomorrow. Of course, after getting the paper out first.
Debbie Does Dallas, or Behind the Green Door, or
no. You realize all those porno movies are now like 50 years old.
Oh, I'm just trying to put something in context for you.
I don't know. That's not in context for me, but I'm not that old, so yeah. So yeah. I don't even think porno movies have names like that anymore.
Nah, they don't. I think they do make some parody ones.
I wouldn't know, but still, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's like Cheerleader Camp 75 or some shit.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah, they don't do the same kind of production value they used to do back in the day.
Okay.
Like, the guy, like the woman's driving the car, and she runs over the guy in the bicycle, so she's got to take him home to nurse him.
And no, person, I won't be watching a VR movie in the bath. That's I'm not getting electrocuted today. I did get the strap for the VR headset, and it's got an extra battery in it.
That's a great timing.
Yeah, so it's
great timing on that conversation, Joe. Talking about your strap.
He's asking about it inside chat. It's got the second supersized battery in it.
Ooh.
And I'm not electrocuting myself this weekend. That's not. Up there, back.
Strap and a supersized battery.
I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor? Thank you. Sergeant, At some point
They
during the
have-
course of your
Court
investigation, did you
Court reporter,
know
can
that
you
the
read
Albert
back
family
the
had gotten rid
transcripts? I
of
forgot where I was at.
dog named Chloe?
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess? I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess?
Okay. So it's no longer with them,
Or
right?
they had it killed.
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right?
No, it's a dog. Not the same thing.
Right.
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay. What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records.
I want to stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family? When they,
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
the veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name? Where were these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Separate person named Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner?
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
Yes.
But it's the dog that murdered a Boston police officer. Surely you'd remember getting in contact with it. Weren't you scared when you saw it? Matt, don't make me pull the stream over. You'll know when we're there.
I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
Did this, reviewing your report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That you
it?
gathered along while you were doing?
Yes, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you'll take a look at those 4 documents. Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
Forgot to say vicious animal.
Vicious. Horrible.
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
Then why would that matter? Not sure where you're going with this.
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer it yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
I would know what it looks like. That's why it's even quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want an answer to my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid. So you can't write a report. You take notes, and it's some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times, but the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation. It might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday, you're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It might be Friday before you can even sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates, that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the
I'm
event
betting
as
now
possible
he
to
goes
memorialize
with
as you
this
can.
witness Monday until at
In a
least the
perfect
break.
world, we'd write it as it's happening.
I think you're correct on that.
Are you aware that more
And
than
then they're going
20
to rest
official
their
police
case without
reports
putting on a defense.
in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date in delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that, no.
Are you
You
aware that
became
Jim
aware
is
early
going
on
to
in
be
your
denied
investigation
delicious food
of
for
2
over
individuals
1,000
named
days?
Ricky D'Antano
A
and Heather
1,000
Maxson,
days.
correct?
And you can help for
They
every
are
$5 collected.
witnesses,
PayPal,
yes.
Cash App, GoFundMe, Super Chat, Super Sticker,
Both Ricky
Super Thanks,
D'Antano
or
and Heather
membership
Maxson,
gifting
you
from
learned,
now until
were
June
outside 34
5th,
Fairview
2025. You can
in
punish
the early
me
morning hours of
and
January
keep me away
29th,
from several
correct?
different establishments because who the hell cares about
We
Alan
did
Jackson
learn
right
within our
now?
investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned,
Alan
Sergeant,
Jackson
very
should
early on
be
in that
kept
investigation
from
because
having
you interviewed Ryan
relations
Nagel
with
in
Karen
February
Reed
of
until
2022.
1,000 days.
Just days after the event.
Allegedly.
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously,
For every
as you
$5
just said,
donated, we'll
you
also
became aware that
ban
Ricky
Coke
D'Antano
Dog
and Heather
because
Maxson
you
were witnesses
hate
in your homicide
Coke
investigation,
Dog.
important witnesses. You'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure, you learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Which means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors. Is that
Correct, yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you just testified to?
That's my memory from what the the interview produced.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we
Pope is the
learned
last
of their
one you'd wanna
existence,
go to keep
when we
Matt
interviewed
from
them,
touching you.
we collected information
saying.
based on their recollection.
Okay. My
I
question
did
was,
threaten
aware
to pull the
that they
SUV
had
over
certain
or the
perspective
stream over
as
because
it relates to the SUV.
Matt was asking if we were there yet.
Okay.
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation you learned that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you, why don't you just tell me if that, whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to communications you had with Michael Proctor specifically?
Cha-cha-cha. 13 minutes, folks. 13 minutes. I've
Thank you,
already
Sergeant. Does that
pre-ordered the
refresh your recollection
pizzas
as to a
for
conversation, or
$5.15.
I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Also, my name's misspelled in there. Is that from the extraction or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you. Wasn't me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I can't take credit for that. Thanks.
I would, but I'm not gonna.
If your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? Yeah, these are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because are you listening? I'm sorry.
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my own questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So while we want to interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed the events taking place, and we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that? Anything different? So that's...
Okay, so it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
In some instances, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky D'Antona and, I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antona and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory of that, no. I'm sure a report would indicate when.
Yeah.
350. Come on, Judge.
I may have misspoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky D'Antona was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
What year?
2023.
So that would have been a year and a half later, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that's a timely report, or rather a timely interview for an eyewitness, the gravity of which is described in your report?
We again, perfect ideal world scenario, it would be quicker.
So that would be, no excuses, I'm not going to bars, but that would be untimely, correct? Year and a half later?
We do the best we can.
You indicated that your memory was that the cars arrived simultaneously. That's a interview with Ricky D'Antona. You see the highlighted portion?
I see it.
Ricky D'Antona actually told you that the car was
Objection.
parked, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes, can I see that, please?
Sidebar. I haven't partaken in any of the other coverage of this trial. I really don't care.
I haven't either. No.
But I'd like to know how the rest of them are holding up through this god-awful day that we've been seeing in front of us.
Well, some of them don't think it's god awful. Like, you know, some of the lawyers that like do the coverage are like, I found this really fascinating. You know, like, okay.
I just want to know. Yeah, some have pointed out, yeah, they poked holes in the, the timeline and this and that, and I'm just sitting here, yeah, whatever. If
Okay.
I'm from the point of someone who has followed it, but, actually, breaking news.
Okay.
The disposition is available. It has 2 pages, and Judy will be able to send us screenshots this afternoon in the Lane Meyer case.
Awesome.
Hopefully there's something worth the time of actually going over, and I will double check that there's no other documents. So we will have those documents probably tonight at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock Eastern for our next broadcast. But yeah, if I'm from the perspective of someone not emotionally invested in this, I'm a member of the jury. I know nothing.
Right.
And even though I know more than most of the jury, none of this is making any sense at all.
That's sort of the kind of problem I have with it is okay, but how does that?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't
Like
it
they
true
just
that,
introduced the dog
when
was
you
Remo.
interviewed Ricky
Who gives
Daniel,
a fuck if
he
I'm
indicated
a member
that upon
of the
their
jury?
arrival at
Who
home,
gives a shit that the dog's
at the
gone?
home, sorry,
What does
34
that mean?
Well, they're
as
gonna,
a person following the case, yeah, I know, but
they'll tie it in later because they're
That's
going
what
to
the
have the dog
report
lady
indicates for
testify.
Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you
But will
wrote this
we
report
remember?
based on Ricky's
And
interview.
will
wrote
we
that report,
care?
yes.
Thank you.
Right.
Because that's not going to come for another 2-3 weeks.
Right.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You've got 5 minutes, asshole, till 4 o'clock. And I'm going to write a stern letter to Judge Cannoni if...
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm just about to...
Why don't we come to sidebar now from the floor?
Sidebar! The Chicago style sidebars are going quickly.
Oh, that's right. Let's go to edit and 10 sidebars. We're getting close to the 11 that a lot of people have.
And you're a winner. And you're a winner. And you're a winner.
You're a winner.
You're all winners.
I mean, we are now at 7 out. Because I started early today because I felt sorry for Griffey. And then Griffey wasn't even in the room when I started early. We started like 5 minutes early, and I played the Georgia Transparency, video we released this morning.
Was that the live stream he did upon being released?
Yes, about the live stream he did upon being released,
where
said,
my favorite part of it was he turns around, he's like, well, you've been at the jail, or as if they're like watching him, and then he goes, oh, yes. They lock it at night? Because the guy was locking the door. Oh, that was great. That was good.
The entire press pool, including Lex Luthor in the back there, are ready to leave.
Yes. Yeah.
They're all like, you're done. This crap's over. Done with this. I've got pizza almost that needs to be picked up in an hour and 15 minutes. Pizza portal. You know, actually, the other day I misspoke. I said that that McDonald's is the nearest fast food, and I was wrong because Little Caesars is a minute and a half closer than McDonald's. It's on the same road.
Oh.
It's easy to forget Little Caesars because you drive by it and you don't think of it as fast food. It is right next to their Chinese place, which I didn't put on the list either because it's a Chinese place that we only go to like twice a year. So,
see, I remember when Little Caesars first came about, and they were actually in Kmart's.
Oh, there you go.
So,
to our youngsters, Kmart's were a department store sort of like Walmart's, but they went out of business about a decade ago.
They used to have the blue light special.
Yes. And they had popcorn and...
Yeah. And slushies. That's where they had their icy machine.
Yeah, Kmart and Woolworths are two stores that always smell the popcorn.
Yep. My favorite, though, was the blue light special, because they'd have a little cart with a blue light on it. And then they'd tell you about some exciting sale that was going on, and you had to go find the blue light.
For me to talk to the lawyers about scheduling to give you you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you that everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule. So we're not behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule for management customers. Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start at 10 o'clock on Monday.
Oh.
And we will go a full day Monday. We'll leave every day.
We have a late start on Monday. Yes.
So we will see you next week. Those same cautions.
Yes.
Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use, and have a great weekend. See you Monday at 10.
And after today, be careful of drinking heavy liquor.
Goodbye.
Yes. Let's stick around and for a second to see if they're actually. Let's see if they're actually going to have anything else here. Remember tonight, folks. Judy will be joining us. She may actually be able to reveal the Lane Myers documents, whatever they are, at that time.
But will we have to hold her over until Monday?
Oh, no.
All right, so Monday we'll start with the jury at 10. If you need me before 10, please let people know so that we can deal with anything we can beforehand. I should be here. I'll be here before 10. So, all right, we'll see you on Monday. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, folks. Tentatively, unless we hear anything else, we're gonna schedule our coverage for 9:30 in case they go early, but that's 9:30 Monday morning.
Yep.
So
Sleep
that's
in.
gonna be that'll be like 35 minutes after when we normally start. Otherwise, I think Pope and I both want to get out of here. Thank you for everyone who's been here. Thank you for stopping by. And I can already hear Pope's already about to go pee. So
Yep.
good night.
I'm gonna
See
pee
you
my
in a couple
pants. I'm gonna
hours.
pee my pants. Good afternoon, everybody. Don't be too hard on the bartender.
Okay, we're out.